Ach, hallo, schönen guten Tag. Darf ich um eure Aufmerksamkeit bitten? Ich möchte euch im Namen der Tageszeitung Junge Welt recht herzlich hier zu dieser Veranstaltung, zu dieser wichtigen Veranstaltung begrüßen. Wir sehen es als wichtigen Beitrag für Versammlungs- und Meinungsfreiheit, dass Veranstaltungen dieser Art stattfinden können. Das ist eine Selbstverständlichkeit. Das war eine Selbstverständlichkeit in diesem bürgerlich-demokratischen Staat. Diese Zeitenwende betrifft nicht nur militärische Rüstung, es betrifft leider auch, und das ist kein Zufall, massive Einschränkung von Meinungs-, Presse- und Versammlungsfreiheit und anderen Grundrechten. Diese Veranstaltung ist jetzt schon ein Beweis dafür. Es ist nicht möglich, die 500 Gäste, die eigentlich Eintritt bezahlt haben, aufzunehmen, weil wir hier beschränkte Möglichkeiten nur haben. Das ist schon Einschränkung von Versammlungsfreiheit und auch von Meinungsfreiheit. Der Hintergrund.
Yeah, so I will quickly translate or summarize in English. I'm Johannes Fehr from DM25. I'm the official leader of this sorry. Do you hear me now? Yes, okay. I have to bite in this microphone. I'm Johannes Fehr from DM25. I'm towards the police, the official leader of the assembly. That's why I'm here together with the house, like our host here from Junge Welt. And he said that it's very difficult to organize this kind of events today already in this so-called democracy here. But we are trying. Unfortunately, we cannot host the 500 guests that were planned for this event, but we are still, of course, determined to make this event happen. And Junge Welt hosted us, and a big thank you for that.
Wir machen nicht nur eine Tageszeitung, wir machen seit 30 Jahren Veranstaltungen, seit 17 Jahren auch in diesen Räumlichkeiten hier. Eine Veranstaltung ist die internationale Rosa-Luxemburg-Konferenz. Wir haben hier 30 Plakate von den letzten 30 Veranstaltungen dieser Art. Es sind dort immer mehrere tausend Menschen, die sich dort versammeln, internationale Gäste. Wir haben noch nie annähernd solche Schwierigkeiten gehabt bei der Durchführung einer Veranstaltung wie für diese Veranstaltung hier, obwohl erst seit wenigen Stunden bekannt ist, dass wir die Veranstaltung hier in diesem Raum stattfinden lassen werden.
So Junge Welt is doing events for 30 years and they've never ever experienced these circumstances like they have experienced today. Although the event is only declared to be here for a couple of hours because the other event venue was cancelled because of political pressure.
Also wir haben heute mehrfach Besuch von der Polizei bekommen. Jedes Mal haben sich die Herren vorgestellt, dass sie kommen, um diese Veranstaltung zu schützen. Das ist ihre Aufgabe, Versammlungsfreiheit zu schützen, dass ihr hier euch versammeln könnt und eure Meinung frei äußern könnt. Deswegen sind sie da, sagen sie. Und als dann der dritte Kollege kam und mit dem genau gleichen Spruch, habe ich mich etwas gewundert. Aber es war nach den Ereignissen des vergangenen Jahres auch vielleicht doch nicht ganz so überraschend, dass es solche Schwierigkeiten gibt. Wir hatten gerade eben eine Beratung in den Räumen der Redaktion der Jungen Welt, wo etwa 10 Polizisten anwesend waren, von verschiedensten Einheiten, Hundertschaften, die hier in der Nähe lauern, muss man schon sagen. Und dort hat man uns mitgeteilt, dass man eine Polizeipräsenz hier im Saal installieren möchte und wollte auch die Zustimmung von uns haben, dass 7 Polizisten hier sich im Raum aufhalten, weil man befürchten muss, dass hier strafbare Handlungen vorgenommen werden. Wir haben dies abgelehnt, weil wir gesagt haben, das sind die Räume der Tageszeitung Junge Welt. das ist eine Veranstaltung. Wenn dort strafbare Handlungen stattfinden, sollen sie uns oder andere zur Rechenschaft ziehen, wenn sie das meinen. Aber wir lassen es nicht zu, dass durch die Präsenz von 7 uniformierten Polizisten die Redefreiheit eingeschränkt wird und die Meinungsfreiheit und die Versammlungsfreiheit eingeschränkt wird. Wir konnten uns leider nicht durchsetzen. Die haben dann aufgrund polizeilicher Möglichkeiten verfügt, dass wir das dulden müssen. Dagegen werden wir juristisch vorgehen, weil wir halten das nicht nur eine Frage von Meinungs- und Pressefreiheit, von Meinungs- und Versammlungsfreiheit. Das ist auch eine Frage von Pressefreiheit, weil wir befinden uns hier in Räumlichkeiten der Tageszeitung Junge Welt. Und wir werden das auch laufend über Presseerklärungen und durch andere Formen nicht nur dem deutschen Publikum, sondern auch unseren internationalen Kooperationspartnern bekannt geben, damit bekannt wird, was hier stattfindet. Wir müssen also, und ich hoffe übrigens nicht nur, dass wir den Polizeiauftritt hier bekannt geben müssen, sondern auch, was ihr inhaltlich heute hier macht und vorstellt, dass man das nicht auch nicht vergessen darf, sondern in den Vordergrund stellen muss geradezu. Die Auskunft der Polizei ist die, dass wir trotz unserer Ablehnung und trotz unseres Protestes jetzt 5 uniformierte Polizisten sich hier platzieren werden und ein Übersetzer sich ebenfalls dazu gesellen wird. Wir haben gesagt, ihr könnt es doch im Livestream beobachten und wenn da irgendwas passiert, was nicht rechtens ist, könnt ihr immer noch eingreifen. Da meinten die, nein, nein, es geht nicht nur darum, was da oben gesprochen wird, sondern was auch im Publikum gesprochen wird. Und dann habe ich gefragt, heißt das, wenn ein Gast, wenn ein junger Mann seiner Nachbarin etwas ins Ohr flüstert, dass sie dann dazwischen gehen, weil es eventuell etwas Strafbares war? Also das sind Dinge, dieses Herangehen, diese Bedrohung auch von Veranstaltungen, das Abbrechen von Veranstaltungen, wie wir das auch letztes Jahr erlebt haben, das habe ich in 30 Jahren nicht erlebt und es gibt Vergleichbares eigentlich in den 20er Jahren in Deutschland, Weimarer Republik. Dort hat man auch Polizeipräsenz in Veranstaltungen gehabt, hat auf den Moment gelauert, wo man eingreifen kann. Wenn es den Moment nicht gab, hat man trotzdem eingegriffen und hat einen konstruiert. Das hier ist ein Verfall demokratischer Grundrechte und wir müssen uns darauf einstellen, dass das nicht der Höhepunkt einer Entwicklung ist, sondern wahrscheinlich der Beginn einer Entwicklung, wenn man davon ausgeht, dass es letztes Jahr schon so war, dass das ein erstes Flackern war, dass das aber weitergeht. Wir werden uns auch mit juristischen Mitteln dagegen wehren, aber ich möchte nochmal sagen, das ist nicht nur eine juristische Frage, das ist eine politische Frage, ein politischer Skandal, eine massive Einschränkung diverser Grundrechte, die wir nicht einfach so hinnehmen müssen. Wir müssen hinnehmen, dass die Kollegen von der Polizei, wo wir uns im Vorgespräch auch gesagt haben, die privat womöglich ganz anderer Meinung sind, dass die sich jetzt unter uns befinden werden, immerhin sichtbar. Ich befürchte auch, dass andere nicht uniformierte Kollegen ebenfalls hier im Raum sind. Aber das ist ja wiederum auch keine Überraschung. Ich wünsche also euch einen produktiven Verlauf dieser Veranstaltung. Lassen wir uns nicht provozieren. Lassen wir uns nicht das Recht nehmen, unsere Meinung frei zu äußern. Auch wenn jeder, der hier spricht, immer überlegen muss, ob das, was er sagt, nicht tatsächlich straffällig ist oder strafbewehrt ist, sondern dass einer der Herren der Polizei glaubt, das sei so. Das ist was anderes. Ich wünsche euch trotzdem eine gute Veranstaltung. Ich wünsche euch ein gutes Gelingen und lasst uns diese Veranstaltung in aller Ruhe und Gelassenheit zu Ende bringen und lasst uns auch gemeinsam den Widerstand, den wir hier demonstrieren, nicht brechen, auch nicht durch Provokationen, egal welcher Art. Diesen Widerstand werden wir brauchen in den nächsten Jahren und deswegen uns allen eine gute Veranstaltung.
Okay, thank you again. This is the applause for Junge Welt that made it possible that this event will even take place in person. Thank you. a short summary. So for all of you to know, our event space was cancelled, as you probably are aware, in Kühlhaus on political pressure. They only told us this morning, Junge Welt is hosting us now. We had now a long discussion with the police who demanded entry to this event, and we are saying no to this. We are protesting this, but they will still be present with 5 police officers, so you're all aware, that will be here, as they say, to protect the freedom of speech and our gathering. But we are, of course, aware that we have our freedom of speech, and we are fine to to do our assembly here without the police, but they will be present, so you are all aware, and they will also have, next to 5 police officers in uniform, a translator. And when we asked them why they have it, they said it's because they also need to know what's been shouted or maybe said in the audience. So this is really next level in terms of protection of free speech. Yeah, I think now enough words have been said about this. As our host just said, let's not shy away from having this this gathering today, this event today. Thank you so much for all the people that came, for all the people that helped organizing it. And now I'm handing over to the moderation of the event. And I assume it's Carolina who will join me now on stage. This is Carolina Rehrmann. From DM25, from our coordinating collective. Over to you.
Yeah, welcome everyone. On a bright sunny day that's quite cold. It's indeed a very dark day for freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. And yeah, we are all trying to digest what's happening. This event was supposed to take place at Kühlhaus. This morning I came there just to see the venue being smeared. One of the smears was Francesca Albanese is an anti-Semite. We were informed by the heads of the venue that the event is cancelled, very obvious due to political pressure. And yeah, let me also say, we're more than grateful for Junge Welt that keeps up, and we can do it here now. I would like to invite my colleagues from Palestine, Gaza Committee, and Jewish Voice for Just Peace in the Middle East to come here for a short presentation. So the program will remain the same roughly, with a small change. Now, we had planned to screen Hebh Jamal's documentary, The Reason of State, a documentary investigating Germany's war on Palestinian voices. There is a short sequence of, if I'm not mistaken, 30 seconds, where someone from Samidun is being interviewed by her. Police informed us that this might constitute a criminal offense. We debated that, so we decided we are not going to show this in order to have this event happen, and instead she will speak to us, and she'll also have other people interviewing her. Other than that, the program will remain the same. A very, very warm welcome to this. We will start with a screening of Eyal Weizman's Rebel Architecture for about 20 minutes. Then Hebh will come on stage, she will speak. The next program point will be a wonderful Francesca Albanese, she'll deliver a keynote speech. After that, we'll have a short presentation by Secretary General of Amnesty International, Julia Duchrov. And a small change, we will have Ramzi Skilani speaking about his pro-Palestinian activism. And the evening will conclude with a panel discussion featuring Francesca Albanese, Eyal Weizman, Qasem Masri, Michael Barenboim, and Melanie Schweitzer. And yes. In between, we'll have Leila Boukarim read from her book, 1 Million Kites, which is a collection of testimonies and poems from children in Gaza. And we have the wonderful musical contribution of Michael Barenboim and the Nasmé Quintet. Thank you to all of you. The first panel will be moderated by Jamal Malik. Before we hand over to him, I hand over to my dearest colleague, Wieland Hoban, from the Jewish Voice.
Thank you, Carolina. Those of you who are familiar with what happened last year in April at the Palestine Congress may be getting a certain sense of déjà vu. We see the same pattern, maybe not quite as spectacular yet, but we know these days that in Germany, any event like this, if it happens, we have to be prepared for anything. So thank you for coming under these surreal circumstances, and thank you also very much to our friends from DM25 for inviting us and the other organizations to be a part of this event. Maybe just a round of applause for that. And I would maybe just add that there are many kinds of resistance, and we're here in Germany, we're not in Palestine, where there are many other kinds of resistance. Here in Germany, holding an event like this, unfortunately, is an act of resistance. So, therefore, we have to be steadfast in continuing to do this again and again, and rejecting the repression and showing what happens, showing the repression, and pointing out the commitment to inhumanity by the German state. And yeah, just to keep fighting and to keep showing as long as it's still possible in this so-called democracy. Thank you.
Yeah. A warm welcome to everyone, also on behalf of the Gaza Committee. It's an honor to have you all here with us, especially Ms. Francesca Albanese. I can't see her. Mr. Barenboim, Ms. Hebh, Jamal, Eyal Weizman. Thank you for all being here. Gaza Committee is a Graswurzelbewegung, we say in German. In English, it's a grassroots movement. It means we are a bottom-up movement, deeply rooted in the local society. We are individuals from all walks of life, all colors, all faiths. Since our founding last year, we worked hard to raise awareness of the Palestinian reality, a reality which is plain for all to see if somebody wants to see. And we strive to contribute to a just where both Palestinians and Israelis can live in safety. Allow me to share a personal story. On New Year's Eve, friends invited us over for dinner. We weren't in the mood to celebrate, as you can imagine, but our teenager children were detained to watch the fireworks, so we joined them. There were crowds of people tightly together outside, fireworks, fontaines in the night, smoke filled the air, cracks, explosions, as you know, every year. Suddenly something sparkly grasped me. My friend collapsed onto the ground. and I didn't know what's happened. I was really totally disorientated. Then somebody called out the name of my daughter, Sama, Sama. And I fought my way through a group of helping police officers to find her. In the middle of them, Sama was crouching on the ground and held a clump of hair in her hand. Sama couldn't speak. Sama was in a shock. We all were in a shock. A stray firework had exploded next to her neck. At that night, my daughter wept really bitterly, and the burn on her neck caused really a big pain, a terrible pain. And on the same time, we were really very lucky because her ears, her eyes were unharmed, and with medical care, the wound luckily healed. But one thought kept running through my head. I was telling to myself, hey, Fadia, this was just a small firework, not a rain of bombs like in Palestine. Yet for us, for our family, it was really a traumatic event. And I can't fathom the agony of families in Palestine who endure this and worse without any medical aid. On New Year's Eve in Berlin, 42 people were injured by fireworks. A boy required emergency surgery, and concerns arose about the structural safety of a house that was nearly damaged. This prompted the police union to launch a petition for a nationwide firework ban. Within days, 2 million Germans signed it, including my family, also to save the police officers and all the people outside. By contrast, for months now, the Gaza Committee has taken to the streets, collecting signatures for the petition from Oxfam Medical Care calling for a just peace in Gaza, an end to German arms export to Israel, and the lifting of the blockade. Yet this petition barely reached maybe 13,000 signatures, despite surveys showing that 60 to 70% of Germans oppose arms export to the conflict zones. Why is that? In Palestine, bombs, not fireworks, rain down. Residential buildings are flattened. Children suffer horrific burns or are forced to endure amputations without anesthesia. People remain trapped under the rubble, starving, dehydrating, freezing. In any earthquake or natural disaster, emergency aid would be dispatched immediately, but not for Palestinians. Why are we unable to move the German public? I don't know the answer. And honestly, there is no answer for that either. But I ask this of you. Before you leave, please sign the petition against arms export at the Gaza Committee's information stand. You will find them next door on the left side. And please be the humanity for all the people in the world that politics and media are failed to prove. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay. It appears that this event has also been co-organized by I4 Palestine, and so if someone from that organization would like to come up and introduce themselves, now is the time. But if not, I'm very happy to, my name is Jamal. I'm also organized with the Gaza Committee, and I'm very happy to start off by introducing Leila Boukarim and Asaf Luzon. Leila is a children's book writer and Asaf an illustrator, and they will be reading passages from a book they created together titled A Million Kites, containing poems and testimonies from children of Gaza that were compiled between October 2023 and March 2024. They have hosted readings and workshops around Berlin and donated all proceeds from the sales of their book to organizations that do work on the ground in Gaza. I'd like to thank you so much for creating something so moving and for raising awareness and funds, and also for your time today. Please help me welcome Leila and Asaf.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for organizing this. Yeah, thank you. We will start with a testimony from a child named Leila, who was around 10 years old back in January 2024. I want the world to feel for us. I want my message to reach my mom. I want to see them. I miss them so much. Mom and dad and my 2 brothers. I want to go back to them. I want to be with them. I miss them so, so much.
The next testimony is from a girl named Nadine, 12 years old, and this was taken from November 2023. I'm done. I can't do anything anymore. There's no house, there's no water, there's no food, there's nothing. Am I going crazy? I don't know. I may be going crazy, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Please, oh my God. We're pleading, we're pleading, we're pleading. Stop this.
This is from a child of around 10 years old, back in January 2024 in Gaza. I asked my mom, "Mom, why did you die?" She said to me, "I'm here. I'm alive." So I asked, "If you're alive, why don't you come to us?" And she said, "No, my love, I'm alive in heaven."
This testimony is from January 2024, a child around 9 years old. I want to live this life. 9-year-old. Death is better than all of this, I swear. My siblings don't sleep at all anymore. They see all these things and they can't sleep. All night, we're up and we pray. My father sings, they're all gone. There's nothing left. Look, it's true that all we have is our mothers and fathers in this world. It's true that all we have is our mothers and father and no one else. It's true that everything else is gone. It was written and it happened. I hope one day we'll have a roof better than all of these tents. I swear, I just want this war to end. That's what I want the most. I swear.
This is from little Lema Jammous, whom you may all know, Gaza's youngest journalist. She was 9 years old at the time, and she was in a video playing with a bunch of other children with electric cables that were no longer working. And she was reporting from the scene. "Hello, everyone. Here we are, playing with electric cables. Since the start of the war, they have had no electricity or anything in them. When the war ends, we'll be able to go back home. I hope the war ends soon."
This is from Layan, around 12 years old in Gaza, February 2024. I'm afraid to leave my city, my home, my memories, my friends. I hope this war ends so we can go back to our lives. I believe we deserve better.
From Brahim, around 12 years old, in January 2024, Gaza. I just wish I could die at any moment and be done with this world. We're suffering from everything, from everything. I swear to God, from everything. My father was killed. They shot him. Poverty, suffering, life in the camps is not good. We don't know how to stay warm. It's so cold. Living here is so hard. Our tents leak. While we're sleeping, our blankets get wet. I swear to God, life here is not good. I just stay home and I cry. That's it.
"11-year-old child, February 2024. I'm a child. I want to play. I want to go back to Gaza. We're tired of the war. So many of our people have been killed. We want to go back to our homes. I want to be like any other child in this world. I want to play and go to school and have dreams. But they won't let us play and be happy."
On the day of Eid, a poem by Tolin Ayash, 9 years old, Gaza. On the day of Eid, I am like a blooming flower. But when the war came, I was a wilted rose. My dream was to play with my friends and to wear the most beautiful dress. But after the war came, my dream was only to live.
This is from Muhammad, around 8 years old, last March 24. Ramadan. It's not good because I'm alone. My parents were killed. I wish they would come back.
This is from a child of around 15 years old in March 2024. بتذكر أهلنا كانوا دايما يحكوا لنا
I remember our elders always used to tell us,
إنه ما في حدا بينام جوعان.
no one ever goes to bed hungry.
ما في حدا بيموت من الجوع ببلده.
No one dies of hunger in their homeland.
بس نحن كل يوم بننام جوعانين.
But every day we go to bed hungry.
إذا ما متنا من القصف
If we won't die from the bombs,
منموت من الجوع.
we'll die of hunger. You want to introduce Faisal?
This is little Faisal Ahmed Al-Khalidi, 5 years old, back in March 2024.
Maybe you remember. They pulled my parents into the corridor and they shot them in front of me.
You saw this?
It happened in front of me.
We'll leave you with this final one for now. This is from a child named Yusuf, who was 16 years old at the time. He was severely injured and emaciated, and he was speaking from Geneva, where he was evacuated to for treatment. And he was sitting down with his doctor, sharing a meal with him. And his food had arrived, and his doctor was still waiting for his meal.
We need this now. Let's eat this one together. We can share it now while you wait. We can cut it in half. I want to eat it with you. We can finish this one and then the other when it arrives. Please, I insist. Let's eat it together.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much to both of you. Next, we will be doing a film screening from a film by Eyal Weizman. I believe Eyal will be more comprehensively introduced later in the is this feedback? Oh, sorry, no. More comprehensively introduced later in the evening, as he will be part of a panel after the keynote. For now, I will just start with the fact that he is a British-Israeli architect, professor at Goldsmiths College of London, and the director of forensic architecture. You will get a sense for who he is through this film, a short film titled The Architecture of Violence. And the ground that's covered here for 25 minutes is very impressive. You will see the relationship between slow and fast violence, the kinetics of human migration, and even the geometry of violence. I hope you find it as thought-provoking as I did.
Architecture has always defined the human world, from the simplest structures to the greatest monuments. But a rebellion is underway, led by a new breed of architect that puts people before icons. Architects using the tools of their trade to restructure their surroundings and redefine their profession.
Eyal! Hello? חייל, תשמע, תראה, זה היה פה, היה לנו פרויקט פה פעם, לפני שאתם נכנסתם. אני יכול להתקרב קצת? לא. למה אסור להתקרב? מה, זה רק שלכם המקום הזה? זה מקום של כולם, למה אתם בכלל פה? מי אתם שתהיו?
לא להתקדם.
למה?
ככה.
למה ככה?
ככה, אסור להתקדם.
זה הבית שלך, הצינור הזה? זה לא הבית שלך. אתה יושב פה בתוך צינור כזה ואומר לי מה לעשות, למה מה? Doesn't he look ridiculous inside his pipe house? Like being the king of the hill inside his tube. My name is Eyal Weizman. I am an architect. I'm a writer. I'm an activist. My work is to do with the intersection of architecture and violence. Architecture and the built environment is a kind of a slow violence. The occupation is an environment that slowly was conceived to strangulate Palestinian communities, villages and towns, to create an environment that will be unlivable for the people there. The crime was done on the drawing board itself. The settlements which are here in blue have been built like wedges, not only to serve the colonists themselves, but consciously to create material damage, cutting apart the very sort of fragile Palestinian built fabric. Architecture is used by architect as a weapon. We are looking at a battlefield, and the weapons and ammunitions of it are very simple elements. They are trees, they are terraces, there are houses, there are cladding, there are barriers. Everything in this panorama is a tactical tool within the architecture of occupation. Just need to know how to decode it. The first thing I want to show you is the neighborhood of Gilo. After 1967, Israel annexes a large part of the West Bank and calls them Jerusalem, and immediately starts building remote neighborhoods there. These neighborhoods are called the living wall around the city. Immediately after the occupation, all of a sudden we see that. Buildings that make us feel like we're in the center of Jerusalem. In fact, we are miles away. Look actually at the corner of the buildings. An architect knows that we need to look at the corner of the building in order to study and see its construction. I see, that tells me that this is a concrete building and that the stone is merely a veneer of 1.5 centimeters thick. So the government wanted to tell the people living here that they are living in part of the holy city of Jerusalem, and it was left for architecture to tell that story. The architectural principle of the Israeli occupation is a way of maintaining separation and exercising control. So this is the tunnel road, built in 1996, now called the Apartheid Road because they are roads that simply serve the Jewish communities, the Jewish colonies and settlements to the south of Jerusalem. We have a whole Jewish neighborhood overhead, and now we are driving over a Palestinian valley. Settlements are built on hilltops, overlooking the Palestinian in the valleys between them. The main reason that they're built on hilltops is for their self-protection and for them to dominate the surrounding. So although Israel built hundreds and thousands of structures in the West Bank, the number of typologies is very limited. They're all variation on the single or double family houses with red roof, very suburban typology. In fact, red roof is something that is mandated by law because this is allowing the military to navigate the landscape, to understand what's ours, what's there, what's friends, what's foe, where you can bomb and where not. You'd enter the house through the inner circuit, and as you move through the house, you open towards the view. The house itself is like an optical instrument, and when it is laid in rings around the hilltops, it is like a suburban scale optical device that can survey the entire territory around it. No way. No way, no. איך? מה יש לכם פה? את כל העולם. בונים לכם, יבנו לכם פה גדר ממול הבית, זה יהרוס לכם את הנוף. עדיף לכם שלא יהיה גדר.
לא יהיה.
מה אתה אומר? אבל הרי באת לפה בשביל הנוף.
באתי לפה בשביל הנוף, אבל כשאתה מתחיל לעשות שמיניות באוויר ולצאת מהעבודה באמצע ולהקפיץ את הילדים ולבקש שלא ייסעו באוטובוסים ושלם מוניות, ולעשות הכל שיהיו לך 2 מכוניות למשל, כשאתה לא צריך 2 מכוניות. כל זה כדי שלא ייסעו באוטובוסים, וזה היה בתקופה שהאוטובוסים פה התפוצצו בירושלים.
כן.
אני לא החלטתי לשים את הגדר הזאת, אבל אני מרגיש יותר בטוח מאז שהיא נמצאת שם. כן.
When we think about borders, when we see even the wall, we imagine a single instrument that separates Israelis and Palestinians on 2 sides of a map. But actually, in the Israel-Palestine frontier, the border had splintered into various border devices. There are fences around the settlements, there are blockades around Palestinian cities, there are highways that operate as borders, there are checkpoints and sterile areas and all sort of other border devices that shrink and expand the terrain at will. To control a space, you need to create differentiation in speed of movement. When you put Israeli colonies on highways, you accelerate their movement through the space. In the same way, on every twist and turn of the terrain, Palestinians would encounter a border, a checkpoint, a fence, a valley that they cannot cross. Sometimes you can read politics on the most mundane of architecture elements. Turnstiles in Israel, when they put them as the most important instrument in checkpoints, they've reduced the arm of the turnstile for it to press against the body in case there is anything a person carries. But that creates horrific situations when people who are a little bit larger would get caught up within that turnstile. It's so cruel and degrading and reduces Palestinians to nothing more than bodies. Do you remember this view ever without a settlement?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
I was a child. We used to go there and play. But after they decide to take it, the lands and do this street, we can't go there anymore.
So this is effectively the wall. It's just not a wall here, it's a fence.
Yes, we can't walk, we can't do anything here. If you notice that it's surrounded by them.
Yeah. What is very cruel about this tower next to the wall is that they're designed to hide the presence of the army. So you'd always assume there's somebody looking at you. You see apartheid in action at this moment here. When conflict erupts, the slow violence of the environment is being put into immediate use. Israeli soldiers move down into Palestinian towns and villages from the settlements themselves. The checkpoint harden and nobody can move through. The border completes around them and the entire territory springs into use. In 2002, Sharon ordered the Israeli army to occupy the entirety of the West Bank as part of Operation Defensive Shield. They had no problem with the open areas, but invading the cities was somehow the most difficult part. We're now at the heart of the Jenin refugee camp. This is Palestinian Ground Zero. In 2002, the Israeli army try to take hold of this camp, and then they've decided to enter the city by first using D9 bulldozers. The way they did it really is a kind of a design by destruction of the camp. They cut literally new street through the dense urban fabric in order to allow the tanks to come in. The resistance retreated into the core of the camp, and at the end of the battle, effectively the bulldozers collapsed the heart of the camp on those fighters. It wasn't the first time that Israel used bulldozers, but it's the first time that the bulldozers were integrated into the battlefield. The fleet of bulldozers grew exponentially, and the bulldozers become really the means of Israeli fighting in Palestinian urban fabric. The April 2002 attack on Jenin and Nablus was the laboratory for the US to think about the urban warfare in Iraq. And we're also training in Israeli training sites. It's kind of mock-up Arab cities that were built in a desert in the south. We are now in the city of Nablus. It was one of the biggest laboratories in 2002 for the development of a new type of urban warfare. Israelis were studying not only that city, but how cities operate. They understood in order to occupy the city, they need to invent and move in a city in a different manner. I started to study those tactics, which I thought were very architectural.
אם אני אנוע במבנה שמכתיבה צורת הרחוב, אני מגיש להם את יחידתי על מגש של כסף. מן הרגע הזה אתה אומר, רגע, הם מחפשים מה שנקרא את חברתי. אני צריך לחשוב איך אני נותן להם שיעור שהם לא ישכחו. לא לנוע ברחובות, להשאיר את הרחובות שוממים ונקיים. ובעצם להיכנס לבתים דרך קדיחת חורים בקירות.
What they're actually doing is they're turning private and public space upside down. The private space becomes a space of circulation. And the public space, the space of the street, is where the resistance fighters are being killed. Hello.
Please come in.
Can I? Nasir Arafat is a Palestinian architect that lived through the Israeli invasion and is still in charge 11 years later on the ongoing project of reconstructing the city.
So that was the first invaded area, and then the troops came in and they surrounded the old city, and this is where the main destruction took place.
هذا محل الكهرباء. هذا محل الجماعة هذا اللي ورانا. وهون باب الكنيسة. Going through the old city at that time is like going through an earthquake where everything around you is demolished, the streets were full of rubbish. Now what's done here is a comprehensive restoration for one of the quarters that was badly affected by the invasion. Can you see the arrow there?
Yes.
This is what the Israeli soldiers have used in order to indicate to the other soldiers which way you should go.
عافية حجة. كيف حالك? Hello. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, so this lady is one of the living witnesses of what happened during the various invasions in the 8-year period,
right.
2008-2010.
كنت قاعدة هيك أفرجيك هيك قاعدة.
She was smoking her water pipe.
هيك قاعدة.
When the soldiers came from the wall,
and you were?
She was as if you speak it in English. Sorry to say that. She was telling him, off. And she continued smoking her water pipe. He went, and then the whole room behind her were blasted. But she didn't make a move. And she said, okay, I hope I will die and I will be recorded on Guinness as the first one who was killed while smoking the water pipe in Nablus. So that was the story. I mean, you can see what it means to live in such a place.
بعدين هاي تراث.
الحمد لله بسلامتك حجة. هاي اللي بدي اخذها انا. هدية.
When violence is enacted through architecture, architecture must somehow rise to resist it. It must find the tools, and it must find those tools within its own toolbox. Now that most war take place in a city, that most war is urban warfare, architecture becomes really the most important evidence to read the contours of that violence. We can reconstruct the battle itself and what happened by looking very closely at the ruins. I gained the confidence of the EU to fund this project called Forensic Architecture to present architectural facts as evidence in legal and political forums. One of the major projects that we do is an analysis of drone warfare in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Yemen, Somalia, and Gaza.
Forensic Architecture are working with the mandate to look at particular strikes and to do, as far as we can, accurate reconstructions against which to assess the competing claims about the strikes themselves.
In Gaza during 2008-2009, the IDF started employing a kind of a tactics of warning. They were shooting a warning missile on the roof of buildings, waiting for about 3 minutes before they demolished the buildings completely. The Salha family is one of the saddest and most horrific instances where a new kind of warfare that tries to be legal, a kind of a humanitarian war, has gone completely wrong. Dear Mr. Fayez Salha and Mr. Noor Salha, thank you very much for coming here to speak to us. Our work has been actually an attempt to reconstruct what happened between the warning shot and the lethal shot. How a family gets organized, how they understand the options facing them. The family was trying to leave the house. They divided themselves into two groups.
أنا والأشخاص اللي كانوا معي تقريباً من هاي الناحية لا عند ممر خروج أو نزول على سلم البيت.
The second group, when it was just about to exit through the main door, the big bomb hit, demolished the building, and killed 7 members of this family. Unpacking a situation like that is using Very particular story, the story of a family and the story of a house and the traces that we can see in this house to pose a kind of a political challenge to Israel humanitarian war in Gaza. Your personal tragedy is enormous. It's also a part of the tragedy of the Palestinian people.
وهذا العزاء هو عزاء ناقص يجب أن يكتمل في حال أن تنال كقضية عائلتي العدالة الدولية.
I love this land and I care deeply about both peoples that live in here. And I think looking at the landscape, I see this kind of slow process of killing. I would have loved to practice my architecture free of the constraints and violence of this conflict, but I think that to be an architect is not only to build and to contribute to this destruction of the place that I love most, but to use architecture as a way to both interpret, protest, and resist.
Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Hebh Jamal, a Palestinian journalist.
Hello, everyone. It's very lovely to be with you all today. I'll just put this down for a second. So my name is Hebh Jamal, and I'm a Palestinian journalist and the co-creator of the documentary film project, The Reason of State, a film that was supposed to uncover the deep and entrenched relationships between Germany and Israel, and more importantly, why they are so unconditionally in solidarity, ignoring the responsibility to international law. Okay, so can everyone hear me like this? Yeah. Now I was supposed to show you a rough cut of my film, for you all today here, and then have a discussion about the film. However, we will not be doing that because this country is unfamiliar with something called journalistic integrity. See, during the filming of this rough cut, I interviewed many people, of course, journalists, activists, experts, scholars. By the way, people don't realize when you write an article or when you make an accusation, let's say against a journalist, against a German institution, against the Berlin police itself, you have to request comment from the people that you're accusing. I know we're not familiar with that here in Germany with the Bilds and other, basically tabloids that exist instead of any sort of ethical journalism. During the filming of this rough cut, I interviewed an ex-Samidun activist, Zaid Abdel Nasser, and allowed him to tell his perspective, a perspective often distorted, highly edited, or straight up ignored. However, the Berlin police and political elites do not see it that way and implied that my film could constitute a ban on gathering due to the 30-second presence of Zaid on screen and the ban on activity of Samidun members. My work was set as a pretext, I'm sure, to become a Palestine Congress 2.0, a suddenly banned gathering for only the reason that it is a space curated to speak about the Palestinian experience. But of course, it isn't really that I interviewed Zaid in my film and showed his perspective for a few seconds. It's the assumption that us as Palestinian can be anything other than the image that the Western world has depicted of us. We can't be experts or journalists or have something important to say Because as Muhammad al-Kurd, Palestinian writer, says in his new book, Perfect Victims, we are not human beings, we are enigmas, infuriating, frightening enigmas whose every action invites indictment and whose every sentiment is an embryonic threat. And that is what the presence of police and hostile media actors have treated me and thousands of other pro-Palestinian professionals and activists here in this country, and what they are doing right this very moment. In fact, it is because of this treatment towards my pursuit of uncovering truth that I change the scope of my film. And in fact, the rough cut that you were supposed to see is no longer in my larger film at all. Germany's reason of state, their commitment to Israel's national security at all costs, has determined that I can no longer act as an outsider, be detached from what is happening here and in the genocide in Gaza. On February 4th, 2024, Israel bombed a home in Deir al-Balah, a categorized safe zone at the time, and murdered one of the dearest people to me, 14-year-old Sama Abdel Hadi, my cousin, her mother, her 16-year-old brother, and the rest of her family, including her grandmother and aunts and uncles. I tell the story of Sama in nearly every speech because I want the German state, I want the Verfassungsschutz that are watching this live, and the police and media in the room to be confronted with their crimes. Their crimes to silence the witnesses to violence, witnesses to genocide, and silence the witnesses who will testify against this country for being on the wrong side of history for the third, fourth, and fifth time. This intimidation tactic will fail, and let's be honest, it only gives me more material for the documentary itself. Because whether the German state wants to admit it or not, it is actively lying to the international community. It projects this image of following rule of law, of respecting their international commitments, to donating to Palestinian human rights groups, to fighting settler extremism in the occupied territories, being for the two-state solution, and so on. But in reality, they are singing an entirely different tune. Media personalities can call our dead children dolls, as is a case in a still publicly available Die Welt podcast. In fact, you could literally go on Google, search the words Pallywood and Die Welt, and it's a segment where it will show you that a Palestinian baby murdered, they claim it was a fake doll. Politicians can get elected if they call for Palestinian mass deportation. Protesters are forbidden from speaking the language of the Palestinian people at demonstrations. And houses are raided for saying that they want freedom for all between two bodies of water. So why are you so afraid of conversation? Why are you so afraid of what the Palestinian or the pro-Palestinian has to say? Is it because we are the ones that will hold you accountable? Is it because you are now face to face with the crimes you have committed? Crimes you will be brought to justice for. And when you ban the Arabic language, the language of the Palestinian people, the language that a Gazan child is using to beg the world to act against their annihilation, what is it you actually want to achieve? وإذا أنا حكيت إني فلسطينية في اللغة العربية وإذا حكيت أني ناوية أقاوم الاستعمار والاحتلال حتى الحرية، الظالمين راح يحبسوني؟ It's okay, they have their own translators. I won't translate that for them. It will fail. The system of intimidation, oppression, censorship, and violence always fails. And the international community now sees and understands this. The image of Germany rising from the ashes after a dark past is crumbling into realizing that denazification would have only been possible if there was a deep commitment to humanization. You have not denazified. You have not denazified if you echo war propaganda and subjugate vulnerable populations into silence. You have not denazified if you are unable to follow the rules of international law and abide by decisions mandated by the International Criminal Court. And most importantly, you have not denazified if you are aiding and abetting a genocide. Nothing, though, just to sort of conclude this, nothing that we face here is 1% comparable to what Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank are facing on a daily basis. So we will not give in to this intimidation and instead understand the privilege of being in a situation where I decide if I use my voice or if I cower. On that note, I have made another decision to invite 2 Palestinian activists and researchers who the state will be forced to listen to instead of the testimonies from my film. 2 Palestinian women who are at the forefront of the Palestinian solidarity movement. So I want to call you guys up and I'll introduce you more formally now. So Perry Al-Qalqili is a Palestinian filmmaker, curator, and activist based in Berlin. Her cinematic work explores narratives that challenge dominant forms. All right. I'll give you guys a moment since you're all starstruck. It's okay. Okay, are we all ready? Yeah? All right, okay. So, Perry Al-Qalqili is a Palestinian filmmaker, curator, and activist based in Berlin. Her cinematic work explores narratives that challenge dominant forms of storytelling, focusing on lives that have been disrupted, uprooted, colonized, and marginalized. In 2024, she co-founded the Palestinian Feminist Archive Berlin to counter the erasure of Palestinian histories within the German context, especially those affected by state violence. And Amira is an anti-fascist feminist activist. She organizes demonstrations and fundraisers, shares her perspective as a Palestinian in the diaspora, and amplifies the voices of her people in Palestine through speeches at protests, and is also a pharmacist, which is pretty good. So I will allow Perry and Amira to give their own remarks first, and then we'll hopefully get into conversation.
Thank you, and welcome to everyone. So what I want to do today is actually present you some results of 11 reports we did on the severe police violence we are facing on the streets here. But let me shortly come to how we arrived at all making these reports. So I want to remind us all that the state repression we are facing since October 2023 is not new, but has a decade-long history in Germany. Palestinian lives are not welcome in Germany, as we are irritating the way the state is dealing with its genocidal past and present. And because of that, Palestinian history and Palestinian presence in archives, school textbooks, and public space has to be erased. So already in 2022 and 2023, our Nakba commemoration were prohibited. But what we witnessed in October 2023 was new. We faced for a period of 2 or 3 weeks a total prohibition, Totalverbot, of protest against the unfolding genocide. The police violence the police violence the protesters faced was immense, and there were hundreds of arrests only in the first weeks. But also later, when the protests were again allowed, the police violence was severe. Whereas the first month of the genocide, we all focused on Gaza and the complicity of the German state with abiding and supporting the genocide, in June 2024, there were 2 protests happening in Prenzlauer Berg, actually the neighborhood here, that faced an extraordinary police violence. We were already getting used to the criminalization of Palestinian kids and youth on previous protests, but on June 8th, an arrest of a 7-year-old boy happened that made clear that the process of unchilding that we are witnessing in Palestine by the apartheid state had been copied by the Berlin police in a way. It became clear from this point that the lives of Palestinian kids are not protected any longer from police violence. So on June 22nd, we started to organize our own documentation team on the ground, and the main aim was to document the brutal arrests, the injuries, and publish our reports on police violence. Because no one else did it. We basically had no numbers. When we read the reports of the police, they were disfiguring actually what was happening, distorting the facts on the ground, and diminishing also the violence that the protesters experienced and turning it around as if the cops were experiencing violence from the protesters. So we published 11 reports and sent it out to human rights organizations demanding an independent investigation into the police violence. We called also out for these human rights organizations to send their own observers to the demonstrations. Until now, that didn't happen. But let me try to summarize our findings. So already on the first protest that we documented, there were 41 arrests on one demonstration, also in Prenzlauer Berg. 5 young people between 14 and 17 were arrested, 1 13-year-old. 4 people of the awareness team were arrested, and there were severe injuries, unconsciousness, and even some people had to be hospitalized due to the police violence. So very soon the pattern of the police violence and the tactics that were used got very, very clear. The usual tactic is to kettle the protesters and to create some kind of panic. Then the police is entering the crowd, storming the protest without announcing any polizeiliche Maßnahme, and just basically beating and arresting one person. Then, of course, the others who try to protect themselves from the police storming the protest are also getting arrested. And then each protester that gets arrested gets basically walked away surrounded by 10 or even more police officers, quickly into a side street, quickly driven away in the police van, and often even getting beaten up in the police van. Also obstructing witnesses from getting access to the arrested, so they cannot get the name and the date of birth of the arrested to later follow up if they have been brought to the Gaza or wherever they are. And as the witnesses don't have access to the detained, they can also not make sure that the detained gets a lawyer or access to a translator. So all this is really fundamentally actually restricting the freedom of protest, the freedom of assembly, and the rights of the protesters. And I just want to read quickly also to you the techniques that we witnessed, because it's nearly always the same. So we witnessed brutal handcuffing, violent takedowns involving multiple police officers on one person, sitting on the necks of the persons on the ground and kneeling on their necks, twisting of wrists and bending them behind the back, pain grips, violent escorting, covering eyes, nose, and mouth, which definitely is a tactic to intimidate and to frighten the arrestant, which we also know from the apartheid state. So we would actually like to have an investigation also into the cooperation between the apartheid police and the Berlin police to really know, like, how does it happen? How does it happen that they are really using the same techniques? Like, are they training together? And we would really like to make these trainings transparent and also know how much money is put into these trainings of the apartheid police and the Berlin police. And yeah, what else are we witnessing? Punches and hits to the face and stomach of the protesters, chokeholds during the arrest, pulling by hair and neck, kicks on the ground. I said already, we had also very brutal kicks into the genital area of protesters, which led to hospitalization. The use of quartz sand gloves, which are actually forbidden, but the Berlin police likes to use them a lot. And of course, everyone who is protesting has gained a lot of knowledge of the techniques of the police. So when we see them putting on their gloves, putting on their helmets, we know already, okay, that's the moment when they storm. So it's not a surprising tactic, it's always the same. But still, of course, we are not, let's say, immune against this violence. So also police dogs have been applied already to protests, pepper spray a lot, headbutting with a police helmet against a person's head already restrained. They're also hitting arrested against the walls and cars with their chest and head. And yeah, this all is very disproportionate violence and arbitrary violence. We are all making it public, it's all accessible. And we are sending it around to all the human rights organizations. I think Amnesty has already also made a statement, but more than that is not happening. Until now, none of the police officers have faced any criminal charges because of their disproportionate police violence, which is a crime, and we are still waiting actually that they're getting charged. Also, what we are witnessing often is that the police is preventing medics to go through to the injured, which is a problem, a big problem, because they have a right to medical care during the protest. And oftentimes also the calling of ambulance is taking place very, very late. So to summarize, people are still taking to the streets and they will continue to do so. But of course the costs of putting your body onto the risk of experiencing this police violence are very high. And especially the youth from Gaza, refugees, registered as stateless, face incredible violence by the police in Berlin. They seem to be targeted, especially. This gets very clear by how the police acts on the protest. So while they are witnessing a genocide on their families from far, they are attacked here on the streets, and we can barely not protect them. So I call out to all of you to join our protests again, because especially the youth from Gaza really needs protection on the protests, and white bodies help to protect. And they are facing not only the police violence on the protests, but also raids at their homes and refugee camps. They face slandering media campaigns against them. They are facing raids in the cafes they hang out. And the state surveillance is severe to them. And now we witness also that deportation of genocide survivors is happening to Greece and is applied by the state of Berlin. So first they charge the protesters from Gaza with many criminal charges, and then they try to deport them, or not only try, they do it, instead of guaranteeing them their right to live in dignity and safety here. Yeah, that's it.
I would like to talk to you about the criminalization of educational spaces about Palestine. Because again, dear comrades, our content about Palestine is now surveilled by police. The criminalization of educational Palestine content, of debates and voices speaking up against Germany's reason of state, was even implemented to German law. That's how much they fear us, because they know we are making an impact. They know that there has been a worldwide awakening. There's been a worldwide awakening about the lies fed to us by the ruling class. There has been this resolution that was implemented to German law, clearly restricting democratic debate, academic and artistic freedom. A resolution that is allegedly supposed to protect Jewish life in Germany, but it only applies to the definition of a Jew that agrees with the German reason of state, which is the unconditional support of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. The resolution does not protect our anti-Zionist Jewish siblings. The opposite is the case. It clearly endangers them. You won't fool us. This is and has never been about protecting Jewish life. Otherwise, this resolution would apply to anti-Zionist Jews just as equally. No, this resolution is clearly supposed to push the anti-Muslim racist agenda that the German government uses to distract from its own structural anti-Semitism. Because what do you think? How many Jews actually have a seat in the German parliament? None. Zero. Zero. So what does this resolution mean now? Every institution, project, or entity that is dependent on governmental funding will no longer be funded if they are linked to any form of criticism towards Israel. Because this resolution uses the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism as a scale to determine what anti-Semitism is. This definition does not meet academic standards at all and has been criticized by over 40 Jewish academic institutions and several human rights organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. A fact that is heavily ignored by the German parliament. That Germany brags about its high academic standards is just hilarious to me. When you grow up as a Palestinian in Germany, you know damn well that the history of your own family is denied in academic contexts such as schools or universities. So the resolution will affect the educational sector heavily. Spaces that try to educate about our history are criminalized on a scale that has never been there before. Wait, there was something. How come they don't remember? And according to what I see in German media and political decisions, or in political decision making, a good round of education is what our media outlets and politicians would need. Why do we need educational spaces about Palestine? Well, the question should actually be, why is it that in Germany, the country with Europe's largest Palestinian diaspora, why is it that there are no spaces for Palestinian voices to be heard? And even when Palestinian solidarity activists take the initiative to create such spaces, like today, they face relentless repression. Never forget about the ban on the Palestine Congress, the criminalizations of sit-ins at German universities. Just look at the smear campaigns against Palestine solidarity in politics and media. And remember the denial of entry for Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitte, a surgeon from Gaza who was set to speak on his experiences working at Al-Shifa hospital during the ongoing genocide, as well as our appreciated guest, UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese, was banned from talking in German universities. What happened today, I don't need to repeat, right? or that we're not allowed to show Hebh's film on German state repressions against our movement. All of these are examples for Germany's actions that clearly criminalized any content that exposes Israel's war crimes as well as Germany's complicity in them. So no need to sugarcoat it, this is fascism. The Berlin Senate for Education isn't just trying to block balanced debate, no, they're even undermining basic knowledge acquisition on Palestine. And it's not only about stopping educational work on Palestine, no, Germany is attempting to rewrite our history. Recently, the leading parties, CDU and SPD, tried to make a propagandistic pamphlet by a Zionist entity called Maziot, mandatory in Neukölln schools, dressing up Zionist propaganda as facts. This pamphlet basically denies the Nakba, the violent displacement of Palestinians and the theft of Palestinian land. How is it possible that Germany, with its fascist, genocidal past, is now engaged in historical revisionism and genocide denial? Besides the fact that the occupation's violation of international law is widely acknowledged, we in the Palestinian diaspora grew up with stories about our parents' and grandparents' expulsion. Palestinian children in Neukölln schools are well aware of our true history. So thankfully, the SPD and CDU failed in their attempt to make this history revising pamphlet mandatory, but even the attempt is highly criminal. And state funding is attached to history revisionism now. But no, we won't let this happen, not as long as we're living here and can tell our very own family stories. Or to put it in the words of Saint-Levant, our biggest weapons are our family trees. So here I offer another little piece of education for the German Bundestag. So for an event to be labeled as a genocide, 10 stages of a pyramid of violence must be met. This model is a social psychological framework explaining extreme violence like murder, genocide, and terrorism. According to this model, the final stage of genocide is its denial. That means, dear Scholz, dear Baerbock, you're not only delusional genocidal cheerleaders, no, you're directly committing it. After Namibia, after Rwanda, after the Holocaust, Germany is now enabling Israel's genocide against Palestinians. Have some shame. Learn from your shameful history. So is it any wonder we're claiming these spaces for ourselves? But why is Germany, or why is the West so terrified of confronting Palestinian suffering and taking responsibility for it? Because the genocide of Palestinians bolsters Germany's prosperity through arms exports to Israel. It legitimizes the West's colonial crimes via the colonial state of Israel. It serves the West's economic interests in the Middle East through Israel and follows Germany's usual pattern, which is displacing responsibility for its own crimes onto others. But you can't run away this time. I want to end the speech with Dr. Ghassan Abou-Sitti's words from his last speech, from his speech in London after he was denied entry to Germany, which is, they are losing, this is why they behave in the way they are behaving. End of citation. So passing this disgraceful resolution, banning our protests, banning our events, and the surveillance of activism and individuals are yet another example for that. Thank you, and keep resisting. Long live the resistance.
I only have 15 minutes. I only have 15 minutes left. We can't use the whole thing for clapping, but I mean, I just want to first thank you both so much for giving such a very comprehensive overview of just the absolute bullshit that happens in this country. But the thing that as honestly, as you kept listing, especially specifically the police brutality and the resolutions and the propaganda that is infiltrated in our schools, and just in the back of my head we have a U.S. president calling for the colonization of Palestine openly. We have actual genocide still going on. I mean, Qasim al-Masri, who is going to be speaking later, saw what is taking place in Gaza firsthand. I feel like sometimes with so much going on here on an individual level, we sometimes are so preoccupied. We're preoccupied at the courts. We're preoccupied being beaten at the streets. We're preoccupied, saying protest chants and then getting arrested for saying protest chants or speaking in Arabic. So it's how, and I mean, I have my own sort of concept about this, but I want to ask you both, how do we actually fight for Palestinian liberation? Or how do we even start to even make our demands when we are nearly beaten down at every single moment of this struggle? So I sort of want to understand your perspectives of how do you believe the movement is able to still function and able to call for Palestinian liberation, an end to German complicity when we're so busy dealing with such levels of systematic repression? If maybe Perry would like to start.
I mean, I think that protesting a genocide gives you an immense strength, an immense strength that is actually happening from the people that are most vulnerable and that have family in Gaza. They're really taking onto the streets, and I find it incredibly healthy. And also it shows that there are such strong networks and care relations between the people, that this movement actually will not be stopped. This is very clear. Even the severe police violence cannot stop it. Of course, the criminal charges that are now coming up and the court sessions will be another heavy experience. And also the deportations are real. I mean, they're really happening. But still, I think there was growing so much knowledge in this movement in the last year and a half about what resistance means and how to take care of each other during resistance, that this knowledge will not be forgotten, and it will continue. And I think let's say the dominant white German society who's not joining our protest and who's not speaking up against the genocide, I mean, they have to really be worried about themselves, how they will continue living and what kind of stories they will tell their children when they ask them later, what did you do during the genocide on the Palestinian people? Where were you? How did you let it happen that Germany sent all these weapons?
I just want to push you one more, and I want to ask about the sort of strategies that the movement is taking to try to, first off, achieve this balance, but create enough space for solidarity. I guess my question more specifically, just because I feel like sometimes we fall into this hole. So more specifically, do you think that a tactic of the movement should be to really go after and try to convince white Germans, or what do you think is the demand from these Palestinian groups? Sorry.
I mean, educational material on the genocide is out there, and I don't think it's our duty even to provide it to the German public, because everything is accessible. The crimes are accessible, everything is documented, reports on the genocide are available, so it's not our duty to provide that all the time. I think as a movement, what we can really teach is actually how to continue intervening and disrupting the public space, and that's what we are doing despite all the difficulties, and also to focus on, actually on the Palestinian needs of resistance and pride and dignity. That's our focus. And the education, I really expect at this point that everyone has a look themselves into the human rights reports, the reports on the genocide that have been published. I think it's 7 until now. And I think other people can take up that work to make them more accessible.
So I feel like this could be my maybe my last question for you both. But what I really want to ask you is, we're all Palestinian women, and we all sort of we're all sort of in the brunt of this work. And I didn't want to really ask this because I didn't want this to be a feminist panel because we're women, we just all we can speak about is women's rights. But I do want to ask you, as Palestinian women who are exposed to state violence at such a severe level every day, while coping with the trauma of being Palestinian and your people facing annihilation, maybe you would like to sort of speak about how you as an individual or even as a collective are able to just deal. Maybe Amira, you want to start first?
Thank you. Yeah, I think us as Palestinian women growing up with the history of our descendants always know that what our descendants deal with, what our families deal with in Palestine is always much worse. And for me individually, it's some sort of survival guilt. So everything that they do to us can never be worse than what happens to our people, and we owe them. And this is what keeps me going. Also, when you look at our protests, I feel like it is especially women leading the protests. Or Flinter persons, sorry. And talking also about the work Pari does, behind it, it's almost all Flinter people. So I don't know, we're blessed with this capacity of dealing with stuff, and maybe we didn't learn otherwise growing up.
Yeah, I just want to add that I totally agree. I think that resistance is care work in a way. So basically what we are doing is really building up structures of care and defense and protection for the most vulnerable. And yes, it's feminist in itself because it's a fight for equality in the end and for rights. And but it's very interesting that even the security crowd on the protest, they are mainly Flinter, I would say, confronting the cops with their own bodies. And that would be worth of a research, why we have such a feminist and female-dominated and Flinter-dominated movement of Palestine solidarity.
And maybe if I could just give my own answer as a Palestinian woman, I don't think, this room is not predominantly Palestinian, I believe. And I feel like the protests should always reflect the spaces in which we talk about things intellectually. So I think also, people need to be on the front lines, and it shouldn't be the role of Palestinian women to defend themselves from state violence and defend all of the rights of everyone here. So I think this is also something that everyone should keep in mind. So we have 3 minutes, and I was wondering if you guys just wanted to say, final words or final ask. You basically have an international stage, by the way. So really, it's an opportunity just to what you individually would like on a personal level, on a movement level. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are calling, of course, for the end of the genocide. We are calling for the dismantling of the apartheid state. But I would say at this point, we also have to call for the dismantling of the German state, because it's obviously failing. And I don't think that anyone would miss Germany on the international scene. So, I mean, we can ask Germany to dismantle themselves, but we can also help them doing it, and that's. But I think seriously that Germany should be isolated internationally at this point. So we are just waiting for German politicians to be disinvited from international stages, and that finally Germany would also insert the criminal warrants from the ICC. This just has to happen. And I would expect from all of you that we should just continue the strategy of shaming and blaming Germany. It's just a disgrace. And I don't think that in the upcoming years Germany can continue to exist the way it does. It will not. So yes, and I think we are showing that we are writing the history now, and the German state is failing in writing its history.
Agree with all of it. Also, I would like to add that we should keep in mind that every cause on oppression, so we made that slight link to feminism and the Palestine movement, but also every cause of oppression, every anti-colonial cause, everything is connected and has the same root causes that we collectively need to fight. And I would like to call on every person who calls themselves political on reflecting that, and everyone who is not political to reflect on their privileges.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for being here, for being a representative of the Palestinian community and the Berlin Palestinian community. And I appreciate you both so much, and thank you so much for your work. As for me, I just want to free Palestine and go back to my hometown and leave Europe forever. So. I'm saying from now, if you want to deport me, one-way ticket to the Holy Land. Yeah.
Please join me in thanking all three wonderful guests. As well as Leila and Asaf for their reading at the beginning. And now we will have a 15-minute musical interlude from Michael Barenboim and his ensemble. And after that, there will be a 15-minute break, and the keynote, Francesca Albanese, will be on at 15 after. Thank you.
Test, 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 test.
Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Test, test. Yeah. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. It's nice to see everyone. We will play two pieces. The first one we will play is the first movement of the Mozart Clarinet Quintet. And then I will tell you what we play afterwards. Now we will play a movement of a piece by a Syrian-American composer called Karim Rustom, who wrote these Palestinian songs and dances as his contribution to, you know, everything that we all do. And so we will play the first one, which in the English translation is called "Oh, You on the Mountain," and in the original,
يا طالعين على الجبل.
todo, no te metas, quédate ahí. Tú déjala que salga del plano, quédate quieto. Y sobre todo escóndete que no te vea yo. Claro, es que si no estás... Ah, bueno. Pero escúchame, entonces para eso hacer seguimiento desde dentro. Hacer seguimiento desde dentro, desde que salga de las entrevistas. ¿Eh?
Could I kindly ask everyone that has a seat to sit down so we can welcome Francesca in a bit.
Just to make sure we are safe. Can you confirm that police is here to protect all of us? Good. Hi.
Still water or sparkling?
Yeah, I wouldn't be picky about the water right now.
Benvenuta, Francesca.
Grazie.
Grazie per esserci.
Yeah, but then when I leave.
So, I have the great pleasure of welcoming Francesca Albanese, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territories. And before I hand over to Francesca for some preliminary remarks, I would just like to inform everyone that at the last update that I received, we had 1,700 people viewing the live stream. So this may be a small room, but the virtual space we are occupying is a large one. So without further ado, Francesca, please speak to us
You're not police, right? Okay. Camouflaging. Okay. So, I have to admit that about 75 hours in this country have made me pretty nervous. I can't wait to go back to peaceful Tunisia. Because the situation is bad for freedom of expression pretty much everywhere, and still, I've never felt this sense of lacking oxygen as I do here. So please, please, I know you're very happy to see me. Makes sense. Yes, but it's not, I mean, I'm someone who speaks of genocide. And there is a genocide ongoing, and it doesn't matter how much genocide denialism there is, we need to be really aware of what we need to do all together. So, please, please, please. And because I really want to be heard loud and clear, before we start talking about what I came to know the most, genocide, this year, I want to say a few things on which I absolutely don't want to be taken wrong and misquoted. But then, of course, I will be misquoted. So, it is a great pleasure for me to be with you today, and I wish to thank DiEM, a Jewish voice for a just peace in the Middle East, Eyal for Palestine, and Gaza Committee for their immense work. Stop it. For their immense work in bringing this meeting together and for inviting me to be here in Berlin. I'm sure you have the gratitude of so many for creating this platform. Are those outside listening to us? Can they listen to us? It feels so bad that they are. Okay. I'm sure you have the gratitude of so many for creating this platform for many to come together to speak on one of the most urgent issues of our time. Without your courage and dedication, we would not be here today. Although, for the venue, we must thank Junge Welt, who has given the event last-minute asylum, and of course, you are unruly. And of course, we have to also acknowledge the Israeli ambassador, pro-Israel groups, and professional smearers in Germany, a number of German politicians, including the city mayor, Berlin police, without whose relentless work and pressure and intimidation, we would be in another much bigger venue. I know how you feel. I feel it too somewhat, even though the intimidation has gotten on my nerves, but not yet under my skin. And with German authorities' permission, I plan to return, as I said, to the safety of my home in Tunisia before this changes. We should not fear words. We shall fear crimes, those that commit them and those that who deny them. And as we proceed, I must acknowledge that some of the words I will speak today might be heavy. I recognize that many of you carry significant pain. And it is with this awareness that I ask for your patience and understanding as we explore these difficult subjects. Please know that my intention is not to add that pain, but to bring light, healing, and perhaps a sense of solidarity as we move forward together. And as you are all aware, my presence in Germany these few days has been controversial for many. Universities, the beacon of free speech, the cradle of free debate, where people can also disagree, right? Have cancelled events where I was supposed to give talks or lectures without any warning, let alone an apology. That's rude. The organizers, in many cases, have had to switch venues at the last minute, facing threats, condemnation, and harassment on the street and online, hopefully not on site, as if I were someone advocating for hate or someone wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Instead, I'm just a legal expert appointed by the United Nations to document and report on the violations committed by Israel. This is what the resolution creating my mandate says. even if I also document the violations committed by Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. I'm the 8th special rapporteur to do this after illustrious jurists such as John Dugard, Richard Falk, and Michael Link, and the first woman to serve in this position after 33 years. It is in this this is where you upload. I really want to chill a little bit because it's heavy. It is in this capacity that I came to Berlin. I arrived here. This is something I'm saying just to remind everyone that I came as a special rapporteur, still representing the United Nations, if there is an inch of respect for this institution that is left in this country. I arrived here after traveling across Northern Europe and being generally welcome, even where pro-Israel groups succeeded to have some cave in to their pressure and mafia-style techniques. And I'm shocked to see how absurd the world that we live in has become, where impartiality to the facts and the requirements of international law generate more controversy than the killing, maiming, torturing, raping, starving, burning alive an entire people as such for 16 months and counting. And yet, this is the world we live in. But so, before getting into the debate, what is impartiality and what does it mean? What is it not? Because this is something that I would like you to carry with you after this wonderful afternoon together. Impartiality for human rights defenders, investigators, and monitors like myself entails an obligation to investigate and establish the facts objectively, studying everything that is brought to our knowledge against applicable international law. Once the assessment is done, my job is not to be equidistant from the parties, whatever it is, but to insist on measures to restore legality, to undo injustice, and prevent further abuses. In the case of Palestine, it is overwhelmingly documented that Israel commits intentionally and as a matter of state policy the gravest human rights offenses as part of its long-standing plan to maintain control over what Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem has called a regime, quote, a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Full stop, end of quote. Impartiality cannot be used as a pompous name for indifference and an elegant name for ignorance. Impartiality is not about maintaining the pretense of both sides in the face of international atrocities, of maintaining, as I was saying, an equidistant position between conflicting parties, even when their positions are structurally and historically unequal. When one side occupies, depredates, and oppresses, and the other is being occupied, depredated, and dispossessed, this is a recipe for disaster and violence. Impartiality is not neutrality. Neutrality, meaning maintaining an equidistant position between conflicting parties, even when their positions might not be equal, and usually to deliver life-saving aid. It's not my mandate, and not even that of universities, and not even that of your politicians. Our job is not to stay neutral. Our job is to stay truthful to international law. This is what all of us have in common. And I stand firmly on the universal human rights of respect for life and human dignity. And whenever it is the case that a state is being allowed with impunity to violate these rights, I must speak up firmly on the side of the oppressed. If those who found my presence here tonight controversial, if those who found my presence tonight controversial could understand this basic principle, the difference between impartiality and neutrality, perhaps there would be far less controversy in the first place. And of course, there should be understanding and condemnation for what has happened to Israeli civilians during the brutal attack that Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups carried out on October 7, 2023, as there should be understanding and condemnation for the massacres, violence, and oppression that the Palestinians have experienced since the Nakba, and before the Nakba, resistance and opposition to which has certainly not spared the Israelis. But here we are, in an era where speaking out of human rights has become a hateful act or even a crime, where truth is a lie and lie is a truth that is used to justify this, I don't see anyone, but I was prepared to see more police, however. Orwell's famous proclamation that war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, end of quote, has never been more true than in the discourse surrounding Israel and Palestine. This brings me to the elephant in the room. The genocide that Israel has been allowed to commit after 56 years of unlawful occupation of Palestine and 77 years since the mass ethnic cleansing of the Nakba began. An event that was, in ways, eerie familiar in the present day, carried out amid massacres and destructions that have been recounted by its victims, Nakba survivors, but also recorded in the testimonies of its perpetrators in some instances, or documented in Israeli archives and brought to light by diligent and honest Israeli historians and architects who were able to access those archives for a brief period of time some 30 years ago. For even the most sophisticated and experienced practitioners of doublespeak, this truth is no longer possible to deny. And I just want to point to one thing, and then we move into the discussion regarding, the topic of today, genocide. In July 2024, the International Court of Justice has recognized beyond any reasonable doubt that the occupation that Israel maintained in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem is unlawful and must be relinquished totally and unconditionally. The troops, the military barracks, so the military presence, but also the civilian presence, all the settlements must be dismantled. Which doesn't mean that there will be an uprooting of all Jewish people living in the occupied Palestinian territory, but the land is to be returned to their owners. And perhaps the Jewish Israelis who are there may want to rent instead of stealing and living as Palestinians if there is a Palestinian state. And this is not even new. This is not even new. Everyone knew that the occupation was unlawful, and not just for violations of international law here and there, because Israel kidnapped children and adults, including in the middle of the night, and put them in jail for days, weeks, months, and years, until they confessed crimes that they had not committed. And not just because of torturing, demolishing homes, killing people arbitrarily, no, not because of that. The occupation is unlawful because by its very presence, it prevents the Palestinians from enjoying their right of self-determination, the right to exist as a people, free to determine themselves as a people, which is still being contested. And it shouldn't be confused with a two-state solution. Because this is the political consensus that has formed, so that the Palestinians have the right, the exclusive rights, to a state, independent state in the land that remains. But nonetheless, any other rights lose meanings and becomes an exercise of intellectual rhetoric without the right of self-determination. So in the face of this groundbreaking advisory opinion, which has confirmed what everyone knew, it is the obligation not only of the German government, but every German person, including those having businesses, living in the settlements, working as soldiers in the Israeli occupation forces, not to do that anymore. Otherwise, they might face consequences. And this is where we are today. And instead of working on this and seeing how to abide by this incredibly important advisory opinion, the government of this country continues to repress the critical voices that ask for accountability. Whew.
Thank you very much for those preliminary remarks. No doubt we'll get back to some of those points again later. But what I wanted to ask you about, and well, this is the title of this part of the program, International Law in the Face of the Gaza Genocide. And something that's often been spoken about over the last 16 months by yourself and by many actors of all sorts, legal experts, civil society figures, activists, is that the very concept of international law has been under attack because the genocide has been allowed to take place and measures that have been set in motion to stop it have also not achieved that result. The world has let it happen. and many feel that international law has become impotent. And even though in the decades since the United Nations were founded and we had the establishment of the Geneva Conventions and the various pillars of international law were built up, of course, this is not the first time that a power allied with the so-called West has chosen not to abide by international law. And recent decades have seen many other cases, the invasion of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, etc. So how is the situation different now? What additional or greater damage has been done to international law? And how does one continue to work with the standard of international law from now on?
First of all, let me clarify a couple of things, and then we will have the opportunity to talk about what constitutes genocide, because there seems to be much confusion in this country. So shall I say that now, or can we get back to this later?
I think we can get back to it later.
Perfect, as long as you say that. And so in international law is a set of norms that member states have agreed upon, either through treaties or that they have developed as customs, as practice believed to be compliance with general principles of law and humanity. So what constitutes international law is a normative framework intended to prevent violations and to correct violations. So it's a normative and remedial, it has a normative and remedial function. Aside of it, but complementary, is the system that is there to regulate the conduct of states, so it's the multilateral order, which is to be regulated by international norms. So while international law has been selectively applied, more or less systemically violated, today we see the depth of it, and we see the system behind it, I believe, in the sense that it's clear that the system has never, the multilateral order, the General Assembly, which is now more democratic than it was 77 years ago, for example. When the United Nations system was created, it was made of about 53 states, and now it's made of 193 states. So clearly it has changed. But the center of power, it has not changed. The system that was birthed as dominated by the colonial world, like Europe and European offsprings, like Australia, New Zealand, the United States and Canada, and of course the first colonies, the first settler colonial realities, where so many genocides had been committed, Latin America and Central and Latin America. Latin America. These were also part of the system, but the center of power was with the West, what we would call today improperly West, and remains that. So I think that the phase we live in has exposed how unequal the system is, how it cannot serve as is the interest of everyone in the face of a fundamentally now unipolar order, where the United States dictates pretty much what is to be done and what's not, regardless or even blatantly against international law. So we are at a critical point, and the system is breaking. And when we international human rights experts have said for years, especially this mandate, it's 20 years that whomever has held this mandate has said over and over, the system is breaking. The occupied Palestinian territory is a powder keg, and it will explode and will take all the system with it, because it's a settler colonial frontier, more violent than any other. It's not the only form of colonial domination, but it's an active settler colony where people are really struggling for what settler colonialism is in its more brutal form. One people taking control of land, of resources, pushing other people out. Again, and it's the only one actively, militarily, politically, financially supported and enabled by Western countries. So This is the breaking point, because there are many people who identify themselves with injustice that the Palestinians have suffered. There are many people who, for the first time, realize, and there is a global awareness about this and dissatisfaction. We see in the fragility and how lonely the Palestinians are in the face of all these powers, our own fragility. And this is why so many stand in solidarity with the Palestinians. On top of the fact that it's simple empathy, the fact that what happens to other human beings touches us and doesn't, I mean, the fact of seeing children, bodies of children, like hanging from the wall or turned into smithereens, wherever they are, incinerated in refugee camps or in tents, plastic tents, if not buried under the rubble. I mean, this is something that doesn't make many people sleep at night, and it's normal. It's a good sign. It's healthy, and we shouldn't become idle in the face of this pain. Yeah, so we need to decide. Now it's a time. We are at a turning point, and we need to decide. The system, of course, will become uglier and more resistant and more fearful, but because the system is being challenged, the system of which Israel's abuses are a symptom, and not are a symptom. So this should be a wake-up call for all of us, people of conscience. I often say, a bit rhetorically, but I somewhat believe it. I mean, in the sense, it's not the case that the UN Charter is not just about states' obligations, but it says we the people. Because ultimately, it's we the people who are the guardians of these values, these norms. Human rights, I mean, I know that people complain a lot about international law. It serves no purpose. Yeah, because you are not the ones who had to struggle to abolish slavery. You're not the ones who had to struggle to have women's rights recognized, even if I admit we still have a lot of work to do. But so there have been so many struggles that have led to the development of human rights the way they are. So while we tend to see human rights as a tool of emancipation and that is failing, I want to also remind you, if you take a step back and look at the arc of history, that these human rights are first and foremost the result of someone else's struggle for emancipation. And we have grown just too lazy in this part of the world, because you see the Palestinians, like many other people, they don't even have the time to think, shall I fight or not? Fight peacefully. I mean, because many people have no choice. If you have the choice, it means that you have privilege that you have chosen not to use. And it's your choice. But trust me, everything is in line right now. It's coming. The way repression works in this country is scary. Should scare the hell out of people. And the fact that you don't... Thank you, Eyal. No, it was not you. No, and the fact that people don't register how serious it is, the fact that media continue to be as pathetic as they are, again, it's something that, I don't know, I'll try to help by continuing to tell what I've seen here. But again, I've been in many countries, including countries that are lectured by Germany about freedom of oppression. Sorry.
Appropriate choice of words.
No, freedom of expression and freedom of... It was not even the worst that came out, the worst lapses that came out of my mouth today. However, freedom of expression and freedom of assembly. I mean, countries that have been lectured by Germany about how important these rights are and who are really struggling to guarantee these rights. I mean, don't want to guarantee these rights to citizens. Don't even make a mystery out of it. And still, I've experienced much less intimidation and fear than here. So I'm with you, and yeah, let's brace for what happens next.
But what I want to get at a bit, because I think this is also something that really many people in the world have been asking themselves or asking other people, is if international law wasn't able to prevent this genocide, if if there were not the necessary mechanisms of enforcement, really, to stop the people who are committing it, what does it still offer?
Yeah. So as I was saying, there has been a phase where human rights, protection of individual rights was not there. We are lucky because we have those rights. Those rights also allow us to keep some sanity in saying this is completely wrong. Now, there are the standards, there are the law enforcement mechanisms that in many respects have never worked for Palestine. Palestine has always been the big exception. And for a number of reasons, we don't need to unpack all the all the problems of the world now. But yeah, and
Number
but again,
two.
no, I'm serious. And the thing is that when governments do not enforce, do not abide by international law, next in line is like watchdogs. There are the civil society, NGOs are the natural watchdogs of what the government does, unless there is an ombudsman, or there are like protection mechanisms at the country level. Otherwise, there is the international, there are the courts, tribunals. In fact, in other countries, these are working. These are mechanisms that have been activated through strategic litigation of civil society who have sued the government for complicity in crimes and for transferring weapons to Israel at the time it was committing genocide. And I hope more and more there needs to be scrutiny of what universities, pension funds, banks, and any other private actors who contributes in any possible ways, big or small, to the unlawfulness of Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, they must be held accountable. And you know, in a country like that, that is not easy, because I hear that this is something that has been tried already, and there has been a bit of pushback. I hope it's not the case, because really again, I'm someone who has grown thinking of Germany as an example because of its legal scholars and because of its courageous judges. I'm not, again, studying it, Palestinian refugees in international law, writing a book about Palestinian refugees in international law. I would like to remind that it was German courts which allowed to develop the jurisprudence that has existed on how to protect Palestinian refugees outside the Middle East. So even in Germany, it has never been that bad. I mean, you can still go back to a place of sanity so courts have to be activated, but also certain struggles are not brought to court, cannot be fought peacefully fought, of course, without the support of the public opinion. Because eventually judges also read newspapers. And the problem is, if the debate is so toxic, if the media's work is primarily not about telling the facts, let alone the legal qualifications, but about manufacturing consensus so as to maintain a certain narrative, a certain discourse, it's very complicated. So what is left is there are international mechanisms that scrutinize the performance of states. But again, I'm not starry-eyed on this. Right now, it sounds like an emergency. And in time of emergency, you don't go into like a long-term plan, if you see what I mean. So I do think that most of the work is to be done, of course, internationally, eliciting solidarity from others, eliciting scrutiny, because there is a sense that in Germany things are bad, but no, I can tell you, if I'm that shocked, I can tell you there is no real understanding of what's going on in this country, and I'm afraid that this will continue to spread. So, many more people should talk about that. Many more people should ask your government questions and the subsequent government questions. So it's a struggle that needs to be continued on a multi-fronts level.
You said it's about...
Just one second. By the way, the ICJ and the ICC because then it seems that nothing is happening at the international level. While international justice is very slow, it's moving. I mean, for the first time, and it would have been unimaginable years ago, where in this country, like many other, including my country, it was even impossible to say apartheid, let alone genocide. And despite the difficulties, now the ICC has indicted 2 Israeli leaders, one active, the prime minister, and the other, the former minister of defense. So they are wanted by the ICC, and hopefully I think that there should be many more, because the decolonization has been ongoing for a long time. And the International Court of Justice is looking at genocide in 2 cases. Genocide in the occupied Palestinian territory, both in the case initiated by South Africa versus Israel, and sorry guys, I am on 2 hours sleep, so be patient. And I was quite sleep deprived. And Nicaragua versus Germany. So your country is brought before the International Court of Justice because of its support to the genocide in Gaza.
You actually just mentioned the ICC warrants, which I wanted to ask you about. On January 27th, International Holocaust Remembrance Day, originally there was a plan for Netanyahu to go to Auschwitz for a commemoration celebration, and in the end he didn't. A junior member of government went, but there was obviously much controversy about it, and the Polish government said quite brazenly that they would allow him to come. They would not enforce the warrant. It wasn't put to the test in the end, but that's what they said in front of the whole world. The other week, the unfortunately most likely next chancellor in this country, Friedrich Merz, conservative leader, said that if there was a plan for Netanyahu to come to Germany, then of course he would not be arrested, that, you know, these warrants mean nothing. Now, of course, one could say this is all hot air, but what could be done? What would happen?
Well, you see, without even bothering international law, is it normal that someone who's not even in function yet and might have governmental function steps into the realm of competence that belongs to the justice system? It's not up to government officials to say whether someone will be arrested or not, based on the determination, on an investigation that has been carried out by the International Criminal Court. I mean, you see, we are completely dismantling the system that we have so with so much sacrifice and political investment built. Out of what? Seriously, out of what? Like, this alliance among politicians who tend to protect each other when one commits crimes and end up committing crimes altogether. Now I'm getting arrested for real. In south of Italy has a very specific name. I'm not going to say that. But this is not normal. This is not normal. The intimidation against human rights defenders, lawyers, scholars, the pressure on university in order not to have a honest debate, frankly, about 60,000 people plus that have been killed, without denying that crimes have been committed against Israelis. Absolutely. No one has ever denied that. I've been condemning crimes against civilians because my red line is that a civilian is a civilian, and so it's untouchable. It's the responsibility of the government and of the states to respond for crimes. But here's the responsibility of Germany as well. What is left to the Palestinians? What is left to the Palestinians not to be erased in the little that remains of their land? The guardians of the self-determination of the Palestinians are member states. What has Germany done throughout 2023 when 12 pogroms, according to how they have been defined by many, including in Israel, have been carried out against defenseless Palestinian villages? by violent, armed, ideological settlers, escorted, as usual, by the Israeli army. And again, homes and cars and other possessions have been incinerated, and so orchards, and Palestinians have been beaten up and terrorized. Where was Germany? And Germany knows, not because necessarily your government has to read the human rights reports, but because it has a presence, it has its diplomatic presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. And everyone knows what's going on in the occupied Palestinian territory. And everyone knows the crimes that Israel has been committed with impunity for decades. So the Palestinians have been persecuted, abused, oppressed, killed, blamed, smeared. And in the face of this, we cannot even talk about that? I mean, again, this is not my problem. I mean, thank God that I'm not that, not that sensitive that someone cancels and again, I talk and I take it personally. I said, as long as they pay the hotel room for which they invited me, that's fine. The problem is yours. This is the country you live in and your fellow citizens live in. So, and it's very serious.
It certainly is. Thank you. I'm just looking a bit at the time, and we wanted to give a bit of space for people to ask questions. No doubt there'll be many questions, and not every question can be taken. But you said that you also wanted to share some points about genocide earlier.
Yes, very, very briefly, as much as I can. Because it's very important to remind ourselves of what genocide is and what the risk of genocide triggers. It's very important in this country. Because, you know, genocide is not defined by personal opinions and personal histories, no matter how painful they are. And there is no question that Germany has a lot to atone for the genocides it has committed. And at the same time, genocide today, what constitutes genocide is written in an international treaty. What constitutes genocide is acts of killing against members of a group, infliction of severe mental or physical harm to members of the group, the creation of conditions of life calculated to lead to the physical destruction of members of the group, and prevention of birth, and the transfer of children. So you see, I hear criticism like in the UK, for example. Look at the numbers of killing. As killing 70,000 people was not bad? I often ask myself, what kind of monsters have we become? But also the brutality of the attack, the way everything has been destroyed, the way, as we will have the chance to talk, in a way that has led to conditions calculated to destroy the Palestinians. But the thing is that in order to have genocide, it's not sufficient to commit these crimes. The crimes have to be committed with intent, with the determination to destroy the group as such. And people say it's very difficult to prove intent. Yes, you know why? Because it's very difficult to commit, it's difficult to prove genocide because it should be difficult to commit genocide in 2024 or in 2025. It shouldn't be possible because in the system there are some check and balances in a system that calls itself democratic, where there is a rule of law system with the separation of power. You might have crazy government officials making genocidal incitements, say starve them all, kill them all, they are all animals, they're even the kids. Germany is not the first time where this has happened, because I've read the Nuremberg Trials Act, and children were seen as a security threat. So it's not, but there might be world cabinet ministers saying that. And then what are the other cabinet ministers doing in the face of this? What are the MPs, the members of the Knesset, what have they done to intervene? to stop this incitement? What has the judiciary done when the International Court of Justice recognized the risk of genocide, ordered Israel to take measures to stop carrying out its military operations in a way that could result in genocidal attacks, as it had been doing? And had Israel complied with the ICJ provisional measures of January 2024, we wouldn't be here today, probably. And what has the judiciary done? Has the judiciary in Israel investigated any of the people, senior officials of Israel who have been named in the provisional measures and in the text of the court that accompanied the provisional measures? No. That system has proven that being a reflex of the enabling environment that Israel as a state was. And the intent has been, it's not even that we need to dig to find intent. There is direct intent, because when Netanyahu and others have ordered, again, starvation, no water, no fuel, no electricity, no food. Of course, this would lead to conditions calculated to bring about the destruction, of a group or members of the group as such, identified as Palestinians. So in the face of this, there should have been an obligation, as I said, to prevent, because the Convention on Genocide doesn't only is not just about the punishment of the crime of genocide. Creates for each state, especially influential states who are providing support, an obligation to prevent and stop. And again, in April 2024, in Nicaragua versus Germany, the court reminded Germany and other member states to intervene by not transferring weapons to states who might be committing not just genocidal acts, but violations of international humanitarian law, including war crimes. So the killing of 17,000 children, what is it? This is what journalists should ask your chancellor. Because again, it's not about his personal opinion, which I respect very much, but it doesn't respond to this question out of personal commitment, I imagine, but as the chancellor of this country, which has obligation under international law. And this is the way Germany is evading its obligations and acting in a way that is prohibited under international law cannot be hidden. This is the reality.
Yeah, and that's an appropriate thought to end with before we open up to the audience now.
I didn't understand the word.
Sorry. That's an appropriate note to end on before we open it up to the audience, I would say. And I would suggest that we start by taking 5 questions as a group. I will note them down, and then we will answer them en bloc, rather than having each one. And we'll see how far we get. As the schedule has slipped a bit, maybe one of my fellow organizers could, Carolina, can you give me an idea how long we have?
We have 3/4 of an hour.
Perfect. Okay. Georg?
Hello, we are representatives of Students for Palestine, FU, and also students from the not-so-free university here in Berlin that cancelled your event tomorrow. So we are very happy to see you and to ask our questions. In a recent viral video, you rightfully criticized the German state and the situation this country is in. You are also aware of the protests and the repression we are experiencing. Our question would be, how can we stand up against such state repression, and who can we trust when it comes to our rights? I mean, we are protesting and boycotting, but what else can we do?
And the second question is, maybe you are aware of this. I think we tried to convey a very comprehensive report on the collaborations of Freie University with a series of Israeli institutions and universities which we think are in very clear breach of international law and morality as such too. To give one example, the Freie University is sending its students very often without the knowledge where it's specifically sending and what kind of situation it's sending these students to exchange programs, for example, with the Hebrew University, which has its students' hostels in East Jerusalem, on which we think is an illegal settlement. And we would like, if you could say a few words on what you think are the obligations of German universities, and particularly FU, regarding such cases. And we also would like to forward a question for later to Eyal already, what he thinks, as a scholar originally from Israel, what the political impact of such campaigns is also in order to break the normalization of occupation and apartheid. And to give another example on this, the university's law faculty, where I am a student at currently, has a couple of programs running, but one of them is called Human Rights Under Pressure, and it advertises with experiencing and researching these human rights under pressure in the field, and is sending programs very often to Israel and the occupied territories. And as I think Francesca has been made aware of by a letter that FU professors from the law department wrote, it is, you know, this normalization is happening through these kinds of corporations. Anyways, thanks for your attention. We will probably tomorrow upload the report on bds-fu.de, bds-fu.de, and try to support the campaign if you want to.
Hi, thank you, Francesca, for being here and for all the work that you have been doing for over the past year. So you touched a little bit on this, and probably this is going to be a controversial question, but as a Palestinian, all these like international laws, human rights, the UN, all of these things, how we can trust and like put our trust in these concepts and institutions if they failed to stop the genocide for the past 16 months, when all the greater powers in the world are not following or like listening to or abiding by all these laws, and also with the veto right as well, when 5 superpowers can just veto any ceasefire or any resolution. So yeah, that's basically my question.
Just 2 more in this block. We'll get the answers, and then we'll have another block. So don't despair. Many more people will get a turn.
Hi, my name is Mark Barton. I'm a composer and professor in Germany. My question is about press freedom for Ms. Albanese, and the provisions that exist under international law to guarantee press freedom. We saw in Israel's attacks in Lebanon, we saw the ability of journalists to respond immediately to accusations, for example, that hospitals were being used by terrorists, and we saw the role that journalism can play in debunking disinformation in real time. We don't see a lot of that happening in the West Bank right now, and right now there's a ceasefire in Gaza. We also don't see a lot of international journalists active, and I'm wondering if there's anything international law can do to force that to happen.
Thank you, Francesca, again, also from my side. My question goes a bit in line, like seeing that the current international law has been unable for 16 months to stop a genocide. I can't believe I'm saying this. What would, in your expert opinion, be the ideal international law system, functioning system? Who would draft it? Who would enforce it? We know that this one, based on the nation state, with this Security Council, created by the winning powers from World War II with a veto power, etc., is not functioning. How would you, what would be the ideal international law system in your view? Thank you.
Okay. I think you were writing them down yourself, or should I read out the questions?
I wonder if I took the right... No, you see, I have 4 questions instead of 5, so please go ahead and yes, look one by one.
Okay, so the first question was, given
It's
the...
very... Well, you look... Certainly is more German than me.
Yes, unfortunately. Yes, in the light of what was happening at the FU, the Freie Universität in Berlin, how can the students and the activists stand up to state repression?
Yes, let's do that. I go through the questions I have, and if I miss anything, you check on me and you compliment. So, I would also like to really beg for your indulgence in the sense that, after all, I mean, I'm very happy to be received by so much warmth and expectations, but also do not. I would like you to keep realistic expectations on what can come from me. In the sense, I'm really just a human rights lawyer who's trying to do the right thing, no more than that. And I'm sorry that it's a rare commodity in this era. But I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know. Because let me tell you, I think that what the universities are doing is wrong. It's so wrong that it should be brought to justice. University cannot have partnerships with anything that has to do with the settlements, cannot have partnership, but really we are being conservative here, because at the time of apartheid South Africa, it's not that we were going to see how to establish or cut relations with Israel just in the limit of the Bantustan, where South Africa was segregating the black South Africans. I mean, if Israel commits crimes that should lead to accountability and justice, 360 degrees. So I'm even uncomfortable as a lawyer to have to split the hair and say the settlements and not the settlements. Maya Wind, an Israeli scholar, has done incredible work on the responsibility of universities. As such, Israeli universities explaining why it's wrong today, in 2025, to maintain partnership with Israeli universities who are part of Israel's infrastructure, military and surveillance and oppression infrastructure vis-à-vis the Palestinians. So not having ties, not having relations, not having partnerships, not sending students to things that have to do with the occupied Palestinian territory should be the minimum bearable for a university to keep on calling itself free, if freedom calls. That, by the way, I really object that university keeps on having the name free after cancelling me and Eyal. Such nice people are we, aren't we? Yeah. However, and then what can you do? So again, I think that you should really try to work as much as possible in solidarity with others. Because if one thing I've learned by myself is that unity brings strength. And I understand that, especially, I don't know if this is unique to the Palestine solidarity movement, but there is a little bit of snobbish attitude. Oh, I agree with this, but then he doesn't agree with everything I say. Can you be minimalist for once and agree on a few points like end the genocide, end the occupation, and end apartheid, and then... Let's say, because in south of Italy, I come from a region of peasants, so we have a very simple way of understanding life in a way. And let's say, in time of deluge, all arms are needed. And this is the thing, this is a time of crisis. So all brains are needed, all mouth and eyes and ears are needed. So let's just ally along the lines of there is a need for a popular front around human rights and justice, because what's happening in Palestine is not staying in Palestine, and nor in Israel either. So it's the same. And so this is why it's necessary to try to explore creatively what alliances you might need, including with universities outside Germany, or with scholars. There are a few scholars here, but there are a few scholars who have been speaking out. I mean, to be honest, Eyal and I, when former Fry University invited us, it was Fry University invited us, we received an invitation from Potsdam University. I cannot ensure 100% that the event would have been, not been cancelled, but at least there was an attempt, and we couldn't make it. But it was too much short notice, sorry. But again, this is where we need to reach out to everyone who's sensible enough, who has a minimum of knowledge and a minimum of decency, which shouldn't be too much to ask, so as to stand up against the injustice that is spreading in this country as well. The second question is how to keep trust. I'm not going to answer that question, because the point is not that you should trust the system. You shouldn't trust the system. You shouldn't expect the system to give you anything, because it's not, you are not, again, what the Palestinians have got is something that the Palestinians had to fight for. And these, I mean, it's not that the Palestinians are exceptional. This epitomizes the struggle of any minorities in this world. And again, so you need really to count on all possible forces and alliances. For example, not everything in the United Nations is bad.
You're one of these things.
No, but I want to say there have been 30 special rapporteurs. Now you see me. But there has been 30 special rapporteurs, and while the struggle and the attacks against me are known, many others have not even that visibility to complain or to elicit solidarity. So it's really about supporting each other, and from the different walks of life we come from, etc., etc. What I think also, what I've realized this past weeks, don't look at the watch, you put pressure on me otherwise. Yes, you are doing that. No, I'm really tired. This is the truth. I mean, I'm not as sharp as usual, but I'm trying to pretend. So the thing is that there is also some difficulty in exploring how to build these alliances, because we are more fragile in these societies. We are not, you see, even grieving together. Why my lectures have become a place where people come and cry? Because in our societies we are not afforded the luxury of places for collective grief, and where we can also talk about what we have gone through. We can check on each other and have the courage to look into each other's eyes and say, it's okay to cry, it's okay to feel crazy, it's okay to be scared and to carry fear, it's okay. And even rage, and even wanting to express oneself in ways that are not necessarily compliant with German or even Italian standards. It's okay to be enraged against the system. The point is that how do we move beyond grief into action? And this is where we need to understand what it means, I think, being in the line, where everything is at risk. I mean, and I know that now it looks, it's still, we have some privilege in our works, but if some of us start to lose it just for exercising their rights, we should all feel worried, because sooner or later it will hit us. So this is where we need to build nets, safety nets, to help each other. We don't need to spend that much in our life. We can have times of austerity. We should afford austerity in our own life, and trust me, if you see how my consumption of clothes, my expenditure for clothes has gone down from 2 years ago to now, you understand what austerity means. But in the sense, we don't need as much, so we can afford less, but also share more. I know it sounds idealistic, but this is where I have more trust in these than in what you said. And, also, apartheid, and racial segregation in the United States and the dictatorships from Chile, Argentina, Brazil, they didn't, or colonialism, brutal colonization. Although colonialism is still lingering, and this is the opportunity to unpack it, because if one thing Palestine, the genocide in Palestine has brought to the fore is what settler colonialism and colonialism still is. So it has poked the bubble of colonial amnesia that we have grown into, many of us. So again, let's take the let's look at the silver lining out there. This is a moment to do better. We have to think together and act together. This is the only thing I feel to say. And look, when I think of what journalists have done, and you mentioned Lebanon, I mean, it's even more shocking, the kind of the moral compass and the selective attitude that has been used after the pager attack. Because I don't know how it was in Germany, but in my own country and other countries, I saw politicians and journalists laughing about that and commenting on how audacious and genius it was.
Praising the ingenuity of the attack.
But this is where I say the entry point now, where the rallying, something to fight, because this is the common enemy, is racism. Racism it was, racism it is, and racism continues to be. And then, was it, again, I do not think that international law was not able to stop genocide. International law, it doesn't have hands to slap the face of, government officials who pretend not to understand what genocide is. I'm not referring to anyone in this country now, okay? Seriously, we have enough bad politicians in my own country. So, where even the hypothesis of a two-state solution now is dismantled by the foreign minister, because Gaza's been turned into rubble, and the West Bank is too small. And I was saying, are you suggesting that the Palestinians take over Israel just because what remains is too little? So this is the kind of political discussions we have today, and we need to somewhat talk to the intellectuals, talk to the scholars. This is also about the constitutional order that it is being undermined, not just international system. International system has rules. At the constitutional level, we have rules. What's happening to them? So again, back to you guys. And what was the last question? This is where I think it's all, no?
If you could propose an ideal system for international law.
This is why I didn't write it down. Because again, as I said before, apartheid was not dismantled by member states. It was very late, when it was unavoidable, that they started sanctioning apartheid South Africa. But really, we need to learn from other movements where resistance, peaceful resistance, has organized at a global level, admitting that never before there had been such a coalition of allies at the international level aiming to crush the solidarity. This is new. But again, also the kind of forces that we can mobilize is new, because the global south is rising. And I know that in our Eurocentric view of the world, we only look at the quite politically depressing scenario we have. But there are also member states who are cutting ties with Israel. There are member states, I was joking today, but I say in a few years we will keep on seeking funds to, Arab countries or the global south in order to protect our own work in this part of the world, the human rights work, but doesn't matter. This will make us more equal. So I also think that the discourse should change because of where it's the United States is going is a place of lawlessness. This is the opportunity for the international community to step back, but it will not happen automatically because we are part of this oligarchical order where it's not about what the people think, it's what about capitalistic interests decide. And this is why I keep on saying it's difficult, and it's difficult because it's a struggle against the system of which Palestine is a system, not necessarily the cause of all evil.
I'm going to take one question that I saw over there. Yes, the young woman standing up. If you could wave so that.
No, I can see you.
Thank you very much. I would like to pose a question concerning genocide, which you said it's very difficult to prove, this mental state of committing it. But then we have another layer, and this is incitement, which we've been witnessing here in Germany from the very beginning, October 7, 23, how Palestinians, but in all their layers of life, together with their children, are dehumanized. We just need to read Tagesschau or Bild, and if I may read, or not to take time, but this is a serious problem. And then if I go back to the history and the magazine Stürmer and compare the images, not that I'm comparing, but this historical flow of dehumanizing then.
I have no problem with comparison.
Okay, but then I am now careful, so because we know what can happen. But the processes of dehumanizations do last, and they tell us that genocide, like for instance in the country where I am from, Serbia, lasts for a long time. So I, as someone from Serbia, could also recognize dehumanizing images of Bosniaks or Bosnian Muslims and then Palestinians while reading magazines, Bild, not that I read Bild, but Bild, Tagesschau, or even I will now mention the January 19 and the release of hostages, which was really an important day, and it is every time when we celebrate freed lives. But then also freed lives from the prison, and when we see how they are represented as the grålande Menge. Can you help me translate this? Screaming crowd, grålande or the schreiende. I apologize for my German, which is also falling apart in these years. So this is my question about the incitement, also how to organize ourselves, to be aware, to collect, to archive, and also then to serve to the legal cause in the future. And thank you for your patience.
Okay, again, genocide is difficult to prove because genocide should be difficult to commit. But it's not that we should not confuse the intent with the reasons. I mean, because people say, Israel, we cannot really say that Israel wanted to destroy Gaza, even if it has destroyed Gaza, even if it has said, if there are Israeli leaders who have ordered the destruction of Gaza and general commanders who have, in fact, ordered their soldiers. So there has been the order, the chain of command effectively triggered, top to bottom. They say, yeah, but they were also saying that Israel was also saying that they want to liberate the hostages or destroy Hamas, whatever it means. And no, we shouldn't confuse this because the reasons can be many, but have really no value in the determination of intent, which is another thing. It's the mindset. When the mindset is there to destroy. And the genocide shouldn't even be committed. The incitement is sufficient to trigger the responsibility to prevent. And this is where, when the first person to talk about genocide in the context of what has happened in Gaza was Ras Sigal, an Israeli historian, who said, this is a textbook case of genocide. And ignorant as I was back then, I said, oh, come on. It's not a textbook case, because as a good European, I knew that the textbook case of genocide and again, I had seen the failure to prevent genocide in Rwanda and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So my point was, if there are no crematoria, if there are no machetes, if there is no mass killing, it's not genocide. It's not true. It's not true. And this is why genocide has been a niche in legal studies for a long time, and is no longer that. I mean, really, Ras was right when he said that this is a textbook case of genocide, because it's not just a genocide, it's a settler colonial genocide. So the aim is ethnic cleansing, because the aim is to empty the land of Palestinians, keep on advancing Palestinian erasure so that the land can be taken, but also genocidal acts are being committed in the process. And it's been said and it has been done. So this is not a case where there is no genocidal intent. But Ras is also, I mean, I remember that Ras has been one of those scholars calling me as early as February 2023, saying, as I was writing about detention and mass carcerality, mass incarceration, and the kind of the systemic and and widespread nature of deprivation of liberty of the Palestinians. And he was saying, but when are you going to look into the genocide against the Palestinians? Imagine my reaction. But I say, okay, let's talk about that. But then I've realized how much he was right, because as a genocide scholar, and someone who has studied the Holocaust and other cases of genocide, he knows that there are different steps. That genocide is not an act, it's a process, and it's preceded by a number of things. But there is one element that is common across all genocides and wouldn't be possible if it was not widespread among societies. It's dehumanization of the other. So that we do not see the Palestinians today as Palestinians. And again, as a European, this is me taking, please don't applaud, don't nod, don't say anything, hold your breath, but I need to say that, because I wouldn't be me if I didn't say that. But as a European, as an Italian, I know that the genocide of the Jewish people in this part of the world would not have been possible only for a few monsters who had planned the deportation, the trains, the industrialization, the horror that has been done. Jewish people in this part of the world, before being sent to concentration camps, have died out of starvation and lack of hygiene in ghettos where they had been locked up. We know that the discrimination started, the dehumanization had already started when it was possible to kick out of their professions people because they were Jewish. Either we do realize that racism was at the root cause for the genocide of the Jews, the Roma and Sinti, and it's ingrained in who we are as European. I'm sorry, but 500 years of colonialism have been predicated upon the idea of a superior race, white, male, Christian, and it's patriarchy. Either we deal with it, no. It's my responsibility, because then it's here. I understand that you cannot talk. I mean, I'm not making comparison for God's sake. But also it's history. And Germany has committed to genocide. Please don't applaud, because there is nothing to applaud to this. Germany has committed to genocides in history. Oops. Okay, that's fine. Two are bad enough. And again, why can't we talk about that? Are the Nama and the Herero less human? Do they deserve less acknowledgement? Do they deserve less memory? Do they deserve less reparations? And again, and another thing, that I saw me saying that, probably you should say that, the state of Israel doesn't represent all the Jewish people in the world. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand why you invite me and sit with me today. And so many, I mean, wherever I go, I'm invited by Jewish people first and foremost. We need to have the courage to say that. I do not expect every one of you to say that. But those of you who have an inch of privilege in this country, university professors with tenure, Jewish people first and foremost, we need to say that it's not in our name that this can be carried out, because we have not been able to prevent the genocide of the Tutsi, we have not been able to prevent the genocide of the Yazidi, or the Rohingya in Myanmar, or in the Bosnia. However, I really want this to be the last genocide of human history, and it's not going to happen until it's stopped. And because it is to be stopped, in order this to be stopped, it needs to be understood and recognized.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you very much. A perfect point to end, even if obviously many of us would like to continue. But there are still further parts of this program, which somewhat amazingly has been allowed to proceed this far. So let's see if we make it to the end. Yes, so thank you again, Francesca Albanese.
know, man. I don't know what's happening. I just don't know how to do this. You want me to put it here? No. I can do that too. Just there's a page turn. And this is why I can do this with my finger. Yeah. What you can do here? I play like this. I put the iPad here. Oh fuck you. There's still a page turn. It's going to be the same issue. Do this. The problem is the yes. Play half of it. Okay. Sowieso misshappen aus. Wait. Yes. Of course. Let's be smart. Perfect. 5 minutes?
5 minutes?
Yunus, it's you that has to leave. Is it okay, 5 minutes?
So we open properly because now everyone is like...
So let's jam now. That's all I know how to play. You want to play? Not attention, play. You can play? Here, let me see. What do you want to hear? Whatever you can play.
I'm doing like
Now you feel like it's not a big wedding. Everybody's eating, everybody's cooking, and you play. Yeah, but we don't play. Wie geht's? Alles klar? Ja, ist gut. Wir sind noch hier. Überraschenderweise. Ja. I think if people just need a bit of like... No, air. And the break. Wie geht's? that's a statement. Yes. No, man, there are many. But not, of course not. I got this as a gift. Did I show you? It's the wallet. Someone gave me this. It's really sweet. Look at this material. Yes, it's fantastic. So I have a kufiya, but it's secret. Secret concealed. Hello, 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 hello. Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Is it okay to start now or? Okay. So while people still walk in and take their seats, I will very, very slowly announce what we are going to play first. And then I will announce afterwards what we're going to play afterwards. We're playing from the same pieces. So the ones that were already here heard a section of the Mozart Clarinet Quintet and one of Karim Rustom's Palestinian songs and dances. Now we will play the last movement of Mozart's Clarinet Quintet, and then I will tell you what we do from Karim Rustom's Palestinian songs and dances. Okay, well, maybe, yeah, thank you, thank you. People have to sit down and like, where's all the repeats? You never played the gig in your life? Yeah, I haven't. Shh. Shh. All right, now we will move to a dance from the Palestinian Songs and Dances by Karim Rustam, Syrian-American composer. For those who weren't here, he wrote these as a contribution to the cause. And also, whatever goes to him goes to charity, so it's not... and we will play Dance of the Mijwiz, which is an instrument that we don't play, obviously, but he thought it would emulate the sound best if we used this aluminium foil on the strings of the instrument, and then you will see that. You will see.
Life is full of surprises. It's funny, just, yeah, it was muggy.
Close enough. The first page was the same, right?
Yeah.
Here, leave this one, yeah. And then you can show it afterwards. Yeah.
Zu hoch, ein bisschen zu hoch, ne? So? So? Ist besser? Ja, okay. Vielleicht noch ein bisschen tiefer. Da kommt jetzt eigentlich noch jetzt so der... ja, genau, das kann sein. Sonst kann ich mich auch so stellen. Ne? Sorry.
Hello? Yes. All right. May I ask for your attention? We're coming now to part 3 out of 4 of our event. We're very happy that it's still running, that we're still live on YouTube, that the world can watch. The next part is called Between Humanitarian Crisis and Political Resistance, Human Rights and the Role of the Diaspora in the Struggle for Justice. And for that, we have 2 great speakers. The first one I'm asking now on stage will be speaking on the topic of human rights. It's Julia Ducho, Secretary General of the German section of Amnesty International. She holds a PhD in international law from the University of Frankfurt and worked many years as an asylum policy advisor at Amnesty, while for most of a decade she also led the Human Rights and Peace Department at Brot für die Welt. You've been very vocal against racism and human rights violations, emphasizing the responsibility of civil society to take a stand. Quoting from an article of you, "It's time to take a stand and hold people accountable. It's on us now." Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for that kind invitation, and for all of you for listening to the discourses here in such a small place, and thank you very much for Junge Welt to hold this event here so suddenly. And I'm very ashamed to what happened to Francesca Albanese. I see it very much as a weakening also of the UN institutions, and I think special rapporteurs are really important, mandated by the UN and the state community, and that's why I find it really problematic not to allow her to speak in various events. I have 10 minutes to present to you a 300 pages report. This is really difficult and challenging, I have to admit. But that's why I had colleagues helping me do a presentation here, which I hope you all can see, to make it a little bit more understandable. Some of it has been already mentioned, and that's why over some slides I'll go a bit quicker so that I can keep my 10 minutes, but otherwise you give me a sign. So on 5th of December, we presented You Feel Like You Are Subhuman, Israel's Genocide Against Palestinians in Gaza, a report of 300 pages. And it was a report which was developed over the months of the genocide happening in Gaza. But I think, and the colleagues wanted to show how the large scale of and severity of crimes committed, but also to make sure that there is a sustainable ceasefire decided upon and happening, and have a wake-up call for the international community around those crimes. But I have to say that during the year of the research and documentations of human rights violations that occurred, in the beginning it wasn't clear that Amnesty would document a genocide, but over the months documenting the large scale of violations of international humanitarian law and war crimes and so on, it became clear that we have to publish a report which finds that after October 7th, 23, Israel committed and continues to commit acts prohibited by the Genocide Convention with a specific intent to destroy the Palestinian group in the Gaza Strip. Francesca already mentioned the various articles within the Genocide Conventions or sub-paragraphs in the Genocide Convention, like killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction and in whole or in part. And this is what we proved in the report. How did the colleagues do the research and how was the documentation done? They interviewed 212 people for the report. We have trusted field workers within Gaza, and we have an office in Ramallah, but we had many, many colleagues all over the world work on that report and really look into the documentations and findings. A huge amount of visual and digital evidence was analyzed and looked into. We used media reports, statements, and we used obviously also documentation which was found within the ICJ case, and we analyzed 102 statements by Israel officials and especially 22 by higher officials. The report, important were all the statements and data published by UN agencies like the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, the UN Relief and Works Agency, and the for Palestine refugees and the Near East, and the World Health Organization. Enormous amounts of documents which were looked into. We found something, or we used the definition or the findings by the ICJ and concluded that Palestinians in the Gaza Strip form a substantial part of the protected group. And in the investigations, we went through the various elements of the Genocide Convention, like killing members of the group, as I said. I'm going to pass this now a bit quicker because we heard Francesca Albanese on that. So now the question of the intent. This is something I want to explain a little bit more in depth. That is something we, first of all, we tried to prove that there can be a dual intent, so that it's not, that there is not a problem if because one argument could have been we are committing, there is a conflict happening, and there is the intent of the Israeli army to fight within that conflict. But this dual intent, also focusing on the destruction of the group, is possible under international law because the Genocide Convention is applicable in peace times and also in conflict, and that's why this is not a contradiction. So to prove the intent, the colleagues used, or Amnesty used, a holistic approach. That means that we took into consideration all evidence that would prove a pattern of behavior. So we prove that there are regular and repeated attacks on civilians and high casualties. We prove that there is a use of heavy explosive weapons with large-scale effects in residential areas, and that the destruction of civilians are taken into account in a large scale. And there are lots of proof within that report that religious sites, agricultural land, and were destroyed without any military necessity. Evacuation orders were given, and the evacuation orders were often they were published in the night. So and there were attacks then in the night, which caused more civilian casualties. And the massive restriction of and denial of humanitarian aid are also part of the pattern of conduct which proves an intent to genocide. Within that holistic approach, we assessed 102 statements made by leading Israeli politicians and militaries, and out of those 102, we found that 22 statements made by members of the War and Security Cabinet led to dehumanization of Palestinians and incitement and approval of genocide in comparison of statements made by actual actions. And important was when we analyzed those statements, which most of you all know, horrifying statements, we could prove that the soldiers on the ground referred their actions to the statements made. So that could prove that the genocidal, instigating genocide also led to genocidal acts. Part of the holistic approach and the proof of intent is that we had to look into the context in which those genocidal acts are committed, which is a context of illegal occupation and a system of apartheid. We had another report published in 22 which proved the system of apartheid being implemented in Israel and the occupied territories. And the current political context, being an open racist government instigating with racist language and so on. So, in the report we made clear that the acts committed, the individual acts committed per se are not qualifying for genocide, but using the holistic approach, the context, the dehumanizing language, the massiveness of the attack, that was clear that we could see that as a whole genocide is committed in Gaza. So the recommendations we made were directed at Israel authorities, at Hamas and other armed groups and third state not to commit war crimes, Also, we have in the report recommendations to the regional organizations and the Office of the Prosecutor and the Palestinian authorities. To Germany, we asked the German government to take urgent actions which were to prevent, is a very important element of the Genocide Convention, that third parties are obliged to prevent genocide from happening, and so in concrete, to stop the supply or transfer or sale of all weapons and munitions to Israel, and to comply with the ICJ advisory opinion, and to bring those committing genocide to justice, and create a situation of accountability, which means also to use the elements of universal jurisdiction. What were the reactions by the German politicians? A complete denial of the findings. And it's interesting because over the years we have been approaching the Foreign Office, and we have been approaching also the Office of the Chancellor. But over and over, we are told, we do not question your findings and the facts of your findings, but we question the results and the general assumption and use of the genocide report. And therefore, we know many of you know the quote of Scholz saying, I'm not getting involved in this debate because it's my legal opinion that there would be an incorrect assessment. It makes no sense to deal with it. You can't say genocide, there is no evidence whatsoever. The genocide accusation is absurd. This denial by politicians is also supported by media coverage, I have to say. So, I mean, in lobby discussions we had over the months now, we realized also that it's obvious that also the Foreign Office, who knows the facts, and also Annalena Baerbock knows the facts, but obviously admitting that war crimes, at least not genocide, but war crimes are committed, would lead legally to the obligation not to transfer weapons, and therefore we will not hear that assessment from the German government, which is weakening international law, as it is using double standards in assessing the commitment of crimes. Some more quotes on that, and something we will have elections on Sunday, and it is clear the government that is going to be coming will be more conservative even, probably. We have Merz, who might be the chancellor, and from the quotes we have from CSU or also CDU, we realize that there isn't going to be a change. It's rather going to be, it's going to be even more obvious, maybe more blunt, but I don't know. Maybe it's even already the same at the moment. But Merz made very clear that under his government there will not be an arrest of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I think what is strange in discussions also with the CDU, we hear that there is an understanding that international law has to be strengthened, and the International Criminal Court, the ICC, has to be strengthened, but using double standards weaken these institutions, and it's a complete contradiction, and it, as we all know, we also have a big harm internationally around this issue, and Germany is isolated on the issue, but also it is weakening every day with this attitude and double standard, the international law. And this in a situation where we have Trump in government, who's openly, blatantly weakening this international law, makes it worse. So my last point now is violation of freedom of expression and assembly. We have been documenting this growing and severe, those growing severe attacks and restrictions on the freedom of expression, and also the restrictions on the right to assemble and the academic freedom. We documented and published a report on the restriction of freedom of assembly in 21 countries in the EU, and we have been documenting that preemptive harsh restriction on the freedom of assembly in Germany are problematic, especially in Berlin, that the prohibition of the use of specific languages which are not English or German are discriminatory and are a restriction of the freedom of assembly. This is very problematic. And we have also criticized the resolutions which have been decided on the academic freedoms and so on in the Bundestag. We could even call it an authoritarian soft law which has been decided upon. And we fear the changes in citizenship, asking persons who ask for citizenship to confess the right to existence of Israel. And we will continue to work on that, and especially on the issue of the state reasoning, which is seen as part of, or as standing over the law, standing over international public law or over human rights, which are not, and also is not standing above the constitution, and we'll hold the government account on that.
Thank you, Julia, for this overview, and reminding us that unfortunately we cannot expect anything from the current government and the coming government in Germany, and that's why we complement this session with a completely different perspective and work that will be shared. I also remembered that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Johannes Fehr. I'm part of DiEM25. And also, after the second speaker now, we will have a short round of questions for both speakers, if you have any, and I'm sure you will. But now it's my honor to introduce Ramses Kilani. He's a longtime Palestinian activist and co-founder of the Gaza Committee and other Palestine solidarity organizations. For over a decade, he has been a vocal advocate for Palestinian rights, accused also, as many others, for this commitment, a commitment that in his case is also deeply personal. He lost family members in Israel's 2014 offensive in Gaza, and also in Israel's actual genocide currently ongoing, as we just have been presented. But Ramses is also something that I think is probably the most important work that we have to do, because you, Ramses, are an organizer, also with Sozialismus vom Unten, and we are really happy that we will now hear your perspective on the crackdown on Palestine solidarity in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On top? Okay. So thank you for having me. I think with all the state repression going on today, but also going on for the couple months we have witnessed and before, we have to remember that this state repression became a necessity because of all the activism and the resilience and the resistance that the movement has shown and that the people from below have shown all the time. So it became necessary for them. And me standing here today, instead of Dr. Ziad Musa, who couldn't do it because of other tasks, shows that we don't have this necessity, because he had to do something else, I could replace him. If I would have to do something else or couldn't be here, someone else would replace me, and there are rows behind me and behind them as well. We cannot be stopped like that with all the repression going on. And I am so happy to be unnecessary. Other than the state repression. So what is still the issue? I think the issue for the Palestine movement in Germany is still the relative isolation that we have to break out of. If I see 125,000 demonstrators in London, despite the ceasefire, I want the same in Berlin. I want the same in every city here. And I think it's possible, and I think we have to achieve that, and we need to go beyond our circles. I want to catch on something and repeat it that Francesca Albanese said, that unity is strength. That we have to have unity, that we have to have mutual demands that we can achieve and that we can achieve in order to support the Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, in 48 and beyond. And for example, in Germany, that has been supplying 30% of all weapons to Israel until 2023 alone. And after the 7th of October in 2023, we know that Rheinmetall increased its arms supplies by 10 times. So we can expect even much more. Germany was already the second largest arms supplier to Israel behind the United States of America. So we have a very, very clear task. We have to stop these weapons to be delivered to Israel. I think that's very clear, that's very concrete. And if you look at statistics and polls in Germany, I think it's still surprising for us. If we watch the news on the one hand, media, politicians cracking down on us, smearing us, defaming us, the polls saying 79% of Germans do not support military supplies for Israel by Germany. 79%. The clear majority. And I think people don't feel like they are the majority because the media tells them you are isolated, you are alone. This is the majority opinion. You stand on your own and isolated. We have to tell them, we have to reach them and tell them the truth that this is not true. We are with you, you are not alone, we are together in this. The most important part, the most important task of an activist is to create more activists. I think that's very important. And that's why we should be happy if we can be replaced. That's why we should be happy if we become unnecessary. And I think we reached that with different procedures, and I think many of the structures we have built will remain, even despite the ceasefire. And those of us who have been in the movement like me for more than a decade, with many wars, 2014, with 2021, 2022, and so on, we always knew, and 2018, we always knew that after the war and after the slaughter and bloodshed in Gaza, there was always a time when the movement declined again, went down, after the bombing was done. But it is clear as day that the ceasefire isn't enough. The ceasefire isn't justice. The ceasefire isn't directed at the root cause of the problem and of the issue. The root cause is the oppression of the Palestinians, is the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of the Palestinian people for decades. And this has to end. The settler colonial regime has to end. And we have to make that clear. If we know that as a minority, and we can work together with a broad majority in Germany, actually, that is against the arms supplies, we as a clear and principled core can convince more and more people, can tell more and more people of the history, of the Nakba, and of the Palestinian suffering and resilience and resistance for decades. And we can share most of our knowledge with new layers of society. And this is our task, and our siblings in Gaza and in the West Bank and beyond rely on us doing this. In all of Palestine and in the diaspora, we have to keep on doing that. And I think we managed to develop different skills, we managed to develop different methods and tactics on how to do it. We have mass protests, despite them in the beginning denying us the right of our fundamental democratic rights of freedom of assembly, of freedom of speech. The Palestinians, especially in Sonnenallee, where you saw like a semi-occupation-like zone, basically, with riot cops every few meters, racial profiling, checking Palestinians or anyone who looked like they might be Palestinians because of their skin color, because of wearing a kufiya or whatever. Despite all this repression, they resisted and kept on going, hunting them like cats and mice in the nighttime, when people were shouting "Free Palestine" and then going to their cafes, not accepting the demo bans, not accepting that Palestinian flags were being banned, that police became painters overnight, climbing trees, painting walls with the Palestine flag. Wow, that's a really fucked up job, I'm sorry. But sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But the resilience kept on going, and in the end, the pressure from below made them stop. They had to give us back the right to protest, to have our demonstrations again. And no one gave that to the Palestinians and to their supporters as a present. They fought for it. They took it with long, long resistance and resilience without ever capitulating to the pressure, with many being taken in custody, with many even being taken to prison, and so on and so forth. The pressure from below, the masses did this. And the NGOs and human rights organizations, different institutions, first liberal newspapers, came second. They came second. The people acted first. And in order to keep that anchoring, to keep that connection, it's important to be based in that community, to be based in the everyday struggles of the people, whether there's a genocide taking place right now, or whether it's the day-to-day oppression, the apartheid system, the ethnic cleansing, the settlements, and the weapons deliveries for all of that. We have to stay active. Now is the most important time, actually, because now it is decided who we can win over for long-time activism and for sustainable action and activity. So many of the groups thought, reacting to the state repression that was horrible, and that is the first thing we should denounce and act against, that reacting to it, it would be the best strategy to stay close, to keep in your own circle, to know all the activists you are going, to be very clandestine and covered. I think this is not the right strategy. To be more and more in the core, to be smaller, we have to reach out. I think our best security is mass support and mass activity, to reach more and more people where they have to pay a higher and higher price to keep that state repression going. because as soon as we reach people who hold a lot of power, and I don't mean those in the government, the politicians, the elite, and so on, but I mean those who actually produce the weapons or who ship the weapons. In Hamburg Harbor, for example, if in different kinds of European countries, for example, if you see what they did in Italy, what they did in Greece and in other countries, where the workers and the laborers stopped the arms supplies to Israel, stopped the transports to Israel. That's where we want to go. We really want concrete action against them. And then we have to be open for that. So as Gaza Committee, we built an open action committee where people could get active on the very clear demands to stop the occupation, to stop the weapons exports to Israel, to stop the siege on Gaza, to stop all of the atrocities we are seeing, and to have equal rights for the Palestinians. Very clear demands that every human being actually that sees other human beings as human beings should be supportive of. And if not, I'm sorry, but then you have a massive problem with racism if you can't accept what you want for yourself for other human beings. To reach these people, to have open stalls on the streets, info stalls, and many were surprised how positive the reactions were by day-to-day people going through the streets, by white Germans, by Palestinians, by Muslims, by non-Muslims, by Christians, by Jews, by whoever came by. How many people were like, finally somebody is doing it? The people who thought it in their mind but were so pressured by the media attacks, by the smear campaigns, by the fear of losing their job. So it's not conviction. It's not because people here are convinced. It's because they are scared that they don't act. And how do we break that fear? We break it by unity. To close again with Francesca Albanese. So now is the time to become active. Now is the time to organize. We have done a lot of events also to inform people, to have also connections to other struggles. For example, on the 22nd, on Saturday, there's a mass demonstration in Berlin with social demands against the social cuts. It's very clear in Germany that these social cuts are directly connected to the militarization in Germany that is directly connected to the weapons to Israel. When German politicians like Christian Lindner say cannons instead of butter, they don't only mean cannons for Germany, but cannons for the apartheid state of Israel just as well. And when the other German politicians that were part of the Ampel government, like the SPD and the Green Party, then say, yes, cannons, but a tiny bit of margarine too, then it's very clear we cannot accept that as well. And it needs pressure from below. We cannot put trust in this German government that covered a genocide, and we cannot trust the next German government just as well. We can be certain of that even before the end of the election. And yeah. So I think as the media is not informing the people, we have to inform the people. We are doing that with events. We are also doing it with different brochures, for example, for a small price, just to cover the printing costs, but also whatever measures and means we can find. But we have to be organized to do that. We have to produce our own organizations. That's why I'm part of Sozialismus von unten, and that's why we are also active in broader alliances and in the Gaza Committee, for example. And anyone who wants to fight for a free Palestine or who wants to fight for a better world for all and justice for all worldwide, no oppression, no exploitation, should join us. This is the time, and we should find more people, more and more people, to become active with us. It can't stop now. Now is the time to become even more active and to hold up the activity. There are people counting on us. A lot of people suffering from this rotten capitalist system. And I want to see the day where people, no matter their ethnicity, no matter their gender, their background or whatever, can live with the same rights and can have the same opportunities and chances in life and can have their needs fed and covered. And this is what we should all strive for and fight for. I hope, we will stay together, and our solidarity is our strongest bond internationally, not only in Germany, but beyond. And we grow in power because the people worldwide said, in our millions, in our billions, we are all Palestinians.
All right. I'm not sure you're so replaceable as you said. Well done. Well done, both of you. With the view of time, we unfortunately don't have much time for questions, but I think we at least take one round. If you have any questions to either or both, Ramses or Julia, please raise your hand. Then I will come around, see 1, 2, 3. And we would do the 3 questions, and then I would give you the possibility to answer.
Hi. Yeah, thank you both for your presentation. I wanted to ask Julia from Amnesty International. I'm here. Actually, can you address the police violence in Germany? Because it's been really, we've been in the streets and the police were really using extreme force and like it's affecting people. Like it's really, it's not only physically, it's like being in the demos sometimes with this presence of police, the way they behave, you feel like, you know, there is, it's not only they're doing their job, there's something else. So maybe you can, yeah.
Thank you, and then we had 2 in the back there. Yes.
Hi, thanks to both for your contributions. My questions are also to Dr. Duchrov. The first one, you mentioned that when analyzing the proofs on the ground from Gaza, you referred to soldiers kind of internalizing the genocidal rhetoric of the political leadership, and I would like you, if possible, to elaborate more on that, to see like in what ways you saw that happening. And the second question connects to actually the previous question, and more in general to like the mechanisms through which an association like Amnesty, once you get to a certain finding, once you get to a certain conclusion or finding, I guess you reach out to like the government or whatever institution there is. But in the moment such institutions ignore your findings, what else can we do? Is it possible that they just disregard everything that comes from you and there's like no legal mechanism to help hold them accountable, including our friends from the police, for instance? Can't we like report them singularly, report like the police union as a, I don't know, entity, question mark. What can we do against them? Because like last time I checked, this wasn't a police state, but it doesn't, it really feels like so.
Thank you. Is there a question for Ramses? Because maybe you also answered our questions, but...
Yeah, my question goes to Ramses. I really appreciate your analysis that the movement has to grow out of the circus that already showed a lot of courage in the last 1.5 years, deeper into the German society. But maybe you could say something more about how you imagine that we can achieve that actually. How can we reach the deeper into the German society? Thanks.
If it's okay for both of you, then I would take 2 more questions that were there, and then you would have 1 round to answer, and then we would move on. Thanks.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. This question is for the Amnesty representative. Obviously, Amnesty International historically has always been held as one of those cornerstones of, Western, for lack of a better word, Western superiority in terms of liberal human rights and so on by governments and states, right? And how they can use their human rights reporting in other parts of the world to say, okay, well, see, we have efficient organizations who do fact collection and so on. I'm curious about what attitudes you have experienced. I don't know how freely you can talk about that here, but what attitudes you have experienced since you've started talking about Western allies, Western ally like Israel, and the language you've used, and what contacts maybe, or what institutional relationships you have. How have they been transformed in the years since, within the state and otherwise?
Thank you. And one last question was there.
So my question is for Ramses. I would like to know, like, how much trade unions are involved, because they are one of the pillars. So, for example, you cited example of Genova in Italy. I believe even in India, trade unionists, they refuse to load ships. However, here we've seen Verdi, for example, they have openly supported what's going on, and they even have, photographers at the demonstrations who are Verdi members. And I actually have copies of the letters that they have printed out in support of the genocide. But we need to target trade unions who are working in the ammunition industry, in the docks, in the airports, and basically entire logistics. Because DHL, I don't know, but Lufthansa is transferring arms illegally through the Irish airspace. So we need to target, all these companies, and so basically sectors we're talking about. So how do we target the trade unions?
Should I start? Okay, first, your question.
Thank you for the questions, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. All very important questions. On the police violence, we do work on the question of police violence. We don't have a monitoring system of demonstrations. This is bad. We want to establish that, but we also work with other organizations doing that. But what we did, we analyzed police regulations in the various Länder, Bundesländer, because it's their duty to do the regulations. And what we have been criticizing a lot is the use of extreme force, this Schmerzgriffe, and have been doing lobby work and so on against that. So that's what we do. But please approach us, because we want to hear about the police violence happening, and we continuously analyze that. Then on the genocidal rhetoric. So I can quote, but it's really difficult to swallow that. Some of the quotes we used is, for example, Prime Minister Netanyahu in a speech that was later published on his official YouTube channel on 28th of October 23. We have an amazing army. They are committed to eradicate this evil from the world for our existence. Remember what Amalek did do to you. We remember and we fight. Then Minister of Finance Bezalel Smotrich, 16th of November 2023, there are no jobs half done. Rafah, sorry for I can't express Nuzay, okay, thank you, Nuzayrat destruction. Blow out the memory of the people of Amalek from under heaven. And then we proved that some acts committed were then filmed by soldiers where they referred themselves to those statements. And that's how we made the, proved that actually and documented that there is a clear link between those statements. And we, as I showed, we had 102 statements which we analyzed, and only with 22 we could prove, or we argued that these are statements published or made by decisive officials within government, which are part of the chain of command, and then the soldiers referred even to those statements, and that proved the effect of the genocidal statements and leading to genocidal acts. Then legal mechanisms. So I think, depending on do we look into Germany or generally I'm a lawyer, I believe in law, and I think law is made to control power, and that's why we use those mechanisms. Generally, using now the international element and the question of responsibility within the Genocide Convention, there is litigation happening by ECCHR, European Center for Constitution and Human Rights, and we have been publicly supporting the litigation. We have a case being litigated in Denmark, where we part as Amnesty of the, we are part of that litigation and that strategic litigation. Against armed trades, I think together with Oxfam. And there are these possibilities, and we should use them because they are made to be used. And because I wasn't sure now if you refer to Germany, obviously we have a criminal law which should be used then. And I know, and this is something we do in our work on police violence, it is often a problem because you have then counter Anzeigen, complaints made, legal criminal complaints made, which then lead to problematic issues. But we work on that, it is possible. And I think what we want to be used more is the universal jurisdiction within the governments who have that, and we have a very good system of universal jurisdiction in our criminal law, and that's why we have been asking the German government or the Generalbundesanwalt, the public prosecutor, the highest one, to do to hold also Israeli members of the military to account within Germany using universal jurisdiction, because we know there are proceedings happening against Hamas also. So I think this is an important tool to law system. So on amnesty in liberal states, I'm really of the conviction that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is universal, and that's why it's so important to have it. And it can be very radical because it is so clear, and it's also clear on the question on the indivisibility of rights. So it's not only political, civil rights which are concerned and are to be met universally, but it's also the economic, social, and cultural rights, and it is important. We have been criticizing Western states, that's what, all along, because this is really a conviction of amnesty that we have to apply law in a universal form, and we have a global coverage, and we have been doing that. And we have also in the past experienced a lot of criticism. Look, for example, if you look into the laws which were introduced globally after 9/11, we had all over the world terrorism, anti-terrorist legislation, which were really harming human rights, and we have been then criticizing those governments, and obviously we had also criticism for that, but we're used to that, and we have to do that. What we have experienced with,
on the question of Gaza, or especially when 22, the apartheid report on the system of apartheid in Israel and the occupied territories was published, we were criticized, defamated, but here I think many in the room know these, have experienced that themselves, and so we are a big organization, we have to stand that. And my experience was really that we have still avenues to discuss, and as I said, those big reports, we have never been criticized or questioned for the facts which we have been writing into those reports, and so that's why we continue. Yeah, I could talk longer about that point. But I think that's what I can say.
Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, so I will try to answer.
Do you still remember the questions?
Yeah, I remember them. I will try to answer them at the same time because they are also connected. For example, when we talk about unions, that's also a very important place to be active and to reach people, because there are millions of people within the unions, within Verdi and within DGB. But as you said, the leadership, and historically so, there was always a close connection to the Zionist so-called union, Histadrut, and between German unions. And also a close connection between the trade union leadership, so the bureaucracy of these unions, and the German party SPD, and therefore the government most of the time. And especially in times like these, where Olaf Scholz is openly denying a genocide and was also part of the government that was making it possible in Germany, the trade unions are connected to that in their leadership. But there's a difference between the leadership and its base. There are a lot of members in the unions that we can reach and that belong to the 79% in Germany that are against arms supplies for Israel. And for example, on the 22nd, on Saturday, the mass mobilization against the social cuts, Verdi will be part as union, and there will be masses of people, trade union members as well as other people, will take part against the social cuts and who can be reached. So we should be part of that demonstrations, and we should talk to the people, and we should have also offerings for activities afterwards, for events and so on, to teach it. And I think it's also very important work that Palestine solidarity groups do, like Unionists for Gaza, that are explicitly working on this politically, but also connecting it to the labor struggles, to wage struggles, and also safer conditions at the workplace and so on. So our task is, of course, to also be active in the workplaces, be active in the universities, be active in our neighborhoods, be active in schools, wherever we are, because the propaganda is also everywhere and people are everywhere that can be reached and then can become active from a grassroots level and also reach beyond. So I think that's very important. Another step, how we can reach new layers of society, is, I think, to connect different struggles and movements with each other. For example, the anti-fascist movement. How can you be anti-fascist and support fascists within the Israeli government that openly say, I'm a fascist homophobe, while committing a genocide, and our government supporting it? How can you be against the fascist and close your eyes while the fascist AfD, for example, Beatrix von Storch, is applauding the anti-Semitism resolution that says, yeah, anti-Semitism is imported by migrants from the Arab region and so on. Yeah, we've been saying this for a long time, say the fascists. So their racism and their repression against Palestine solidarity directly is a profit for the fascists of the Nazi AfD. So you can't disconnect these two issues. And I think we should make that clear within that movement. And I think it was a very difficult task in the beginning, but Palestine solidarity activists directly tried to be part of the anti-fascist mass protests that were very important, despite everything, in the beginning of 2024. And some were spit on, some were beaten out of the protests, some were called racist slurs by the anti-fascists within the movements. But step by step, we fought for our space. In Riza, while blocking the AfD Nazis from having their party assembly, I saw so many kufirs, I saw so many Palestine flags. The youth came to us and they were happy to see it. I saw a block shouting, free, free Palestine all the time. And it was not a Palestinian block, but different blocks, like leftist blocks, like different human rights blocks, families, like people you wouldn't have imagined before. So you see the shifts and the developments. And I think that's very important. The same goes for the climate movement. How can you say you are for climate activism and climate justice with what is going on with the settlement, the total destruction of Gaza, the destruction of an ecosystem? We have to address these contradictions in activism and then convince more and more people and also work with more and more people. And that's also more security for us, of course. And one last obvious case, the anti-war movement, and also connected to the social movement. That's why I said Saturday, 22nd, come to the demonstration here in Berlin. It's very important. Let's connect the issues. Let's bring Palestine to every part.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, applause for you. It was great to share the stage with you, and now we will have one last break. There's some food over there in this room, delicious food. Maybe a big applause for all those that made that possible. Okay, another short break and then our final panel.
ليش بتزرع؟ bevor ihr kommt oder wollt ihr eigentlich? Okay, ich glaube, es kommt ja jetzt. Wo soll ich hin? Es kommt ja noch diese eine, diese zwei Leila und genau. Achso, die stehen. Dann hole ich den gleich. Achso, du meinst das hier? Ja, genau. Das seid ihr ohne Tisch? Gut, dann warte ich noch, weil das stelle ich. Dann stelle ich das nämlich wieder drauf wegen dem Ton. Thank you. Okay, gut.
Das Problem ist immer, den Portal schnell genug zu aktivieren. Dass man nicht zu lange mit dem beschäftigt ist. Wir haben ja jetzt nicht die Option, die wir im Krieg ausgehabt hatten, irgendwie danach noch einfach irgendwie zu chillen und noch zu bringen.
Können wir ein Mikrofon erstens haben? Also die lesen ja jetzt echt.
Ich gebe es dir gleich. I will put it on this leg. Ja.
Ja, ich meine, falls jemand noch Kraft hat, danach noch ein bisschen abzuhängen.
Eigentlich sollten wir noch auf ein Bier gehen. Also ich kann das gar nicht heute, weil ich habe ja keine Ahnung.
I asked.
Okay, ja gut. So, wo soll ich hin, Leute? Zwischendrin bleiben, soll ich da sitzen?
Ah, okay, with the back to them. Is this okay? It is a bit strange. Okay. Where's the speech?
So das one?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, the plant.
The plant.
So, thank you very much.
We don't need so much.
A warm welcome to this last part of the evening. I'm thrilled to have you all on stage. It's like one bigger than the other. You could talk for hours, and now we have you all together, and we are late in time. But we will use all of the time we have. Let me start with saying this day started really shitty. I went to the venue, I saw that smearing referring to you. Then we had police, we have police here, and we did it. So. So before we start this panel, let me give you. Can you keep it up for a second? Can you keep it? Can you put it up again? Because I was just told that here you see one of 9 existing quilts which have the title Children of Gaza, and each panel pays tribute to a child who has been killed in Palestine. The creator was here. I don't know if she is here. And we will start again with Leila and Asaf Luzon reading from A Million Kites, a collection of testimonies and poems from children in Gaza.
Take Me to the Sky, a poem by Judy Islim, 11 years old, Gaza. Take me to the sky, where the stars shine. Yeah? What?
Große Applaus für die
Tech. Again? You have it? Yeah? Okay. Take me to the sky, where the stars shine. Take me to the stars that live with peace. We can live together. We can be stars. We don't need a roof to live with love. We only need the people in our hearts.
This is from a child of around 9 years old, or they were 9 years old, back in October 2023. هي
It's hell.
والله هي
I swear it's hell.
بعرفها من شعراتها
I know from her hair it's her.
ليش يا رب أخذت مني؟
Why did you take her away from me, God?
ليش أخذت مني يا الله؟
Why did you take her from me?
مش قادرة أعيش بدونها.
I swear I can't live without her.
This is a child named Amal Ramzi Nusair, who was around 11 years old back in October 2023. I saved my books. They mean the world to me. I used to take them everywhere I went, and my certificates, all of them. I took my brother's as well. I loved to learn. If my books got destroyed, my whole childhood would be destroyed. I would have lost everything. I want to become an engineer. My dream would have been destroyed. I was studying that night. I put everything in my backpack, just in case. So when it did happen, I took them all with me.
This is from a child, 9 years old, around. In Gaza, it was taken from December 2023. The children of Palestine have died. There are no children left. All the girls in my class died. They all died. They all died. My relatives all died. There's no one left. There's no one left. Everyone in my class died. I'm the only one left. I wish I was in heaven too.
This is a poem by a child named Maryam al-Khatib. I will read it in Arabic, and Asaf will read it in English. أيها الموت انتظر قليلا. أريد أن يسألني كيف سأختاره. وحيدة ممتلئة سعيدة. أريد أن يخبرني لأرتب خصال شعري جيدا وأعد النجوم لآخر مرة. أريد من هذا الموت أن ينتظر قليلا. هناك تحت الرمال رأسي وفي السماء يدي. أريد أن أموت بيدين ورأس واحد وأحلام كثيرة.
Oh, death, just wait a moment. A poem by Maryam al-Khatib. I want him to ask me how I will choose him. Alone, full, happy. I need him to warn me so I can fix my hair and count the stars one last time. I need death to wait for just a moment. In the sands over there is my head, and in the sky, my hand. I want to die with 2 hands and 1 head, and many dreams.
This testimony was given by a child named Dareen al-Bayya, who was 11 years old at the time and speaking from Qatar, where she was receiving medical care after she had been evacuated from Gaza in February 2024.
I heard someone say,
Dareen al-Bayya,
so I woke up. Then I heard them say
that her father, her mother, her brother, her whole family was killed.
So I asked.
Me?
They said.
Yes.
I told them, no, my parents didn't die. They're still here. I told them, you're liars. You are lying to me. They weren't murdered. They are still alive. I was in a coma for 15 days. I couldn't remember anything that happened to me. I couldn't remember my name. I couldn't remember how I looked like. I couldn't remember anything. But I remember, I think, that I saw my father in front of me before he was martyred. The house was full. They were all killed, all of them. Only me and Kenan were taken out of the rubble. We were the only ones who survived. Why aren't we like other people's children? I really want to understand. Why do they do this to us?
This one is from a child of around 13 years old in Gaza back in February 2024. And she delivered this message in English and with such clarity. I'm talking on behalf of thousands of children in Gaza. We have been under a brutal siege for over 135 days. No food, no water, no medicine. Our message to the world is this: shame on you. How dare you feed your children and watch us eat animal food? Are you waiting for us to die? Shame on you. Our message to world leaders is this: we're not asking you to fight Israel. We're asking you for food. Are you waiting for us to die? If we get killed, from our blood, flowers will grow.
My wish is to travel, to get to a hospital and get prosthetic arms, so I can hold the ball with my hands, so I can play, so I can write, so I can eat.
This is a poem by Zaina Abukwik, who was 13 years old at the time, originally written in English. Am I free if I become an object? It was an ordinary Friday, like any other Friday. We went to my grandparents' house for lunch. The smell of oozy rice wafted through the house. We gathered around the table, started eating, talking, and laughing. And suddenly, we heard loud noises, one after another. We left our plates. Our chairs fell to the ground, and our hearts sank with them. We realized that those were the sounds of the occupation's missiles, and it was terrifying. I lived 2 days of fear. Every time the sound of explosions returned, fear came back to my heart, and I started looking for a place to hide. I hid inside the paintings of artists who paint freedom. People might be free in the painting, but they are not free in reality. They are trapped, as if in a prison. Or maybe I hid in the sea where no one could find me, and I could move from one place to another like a bottle of oil someone threw on the shore. Am I free if I become an object, like a box, a lid, or a piece of wood? I swim wherever I want. I go and come until the sea carries me someplace else. Then I become free, without constraints, not in a painting, not in reality, but free in my imagination.
This is from a 7-year-old child. You want to introduce him?
I mean, it's enough to say that he's a 7-year-old child with a... He had a big smile on his face and was very proud of what he was doing.
I'm selling paper planes for the little kids. He's 7. They have nothing to play with because of the war, so they can play with these. Paper planes and paper toys, things like that. I make them, I sell them, then I buy a new notebook and make some more.
We'll leave you with one final child. We have the original video here.
كيف حالك؟
الحمد لله.
ايش بتسوي؟
بزرع.
ليش بتزرع؟
عشان تصير حلوة.
الله حياك الله يكرمك الله يجزاك خير.
Thank you all for listening, and thank you for being here.
Okay, so the last video is the last testimony from this tiny book, A Million Kites. The heaviest, no doubt, 113 grams you will ever hold. This tiny book is our resistance. So far, in the 9 months since we published the book, with the enormous support of this resistance, thank you, we have sold over 6,000 copies, spreading the word. Spreading the words of the children of Gaza to 38 countries around the world, and donate over 26,000 euro to organizations on the ground who support the children of Gaza. A Million Kite is also translated to German, developed into an educational toolkit and into a theater play in London. So how did we do it? Well, it's not us, it's this tiny book who did it. It's the children of Gaza with their own words who did it. It's this resistance who did it. We just created space for this to happen. 2 artists creating space for what they want to talk about. Imagine that. We good Europeans and free, very free spirits, as my boy Nietzsche used to say. Not as a compliment, mind you, rather as a challenge, maybe a task, simply to use the freedom that we here still do have in order to create change. Imagine that.
After 16 months of a televised genocide, 16 months of crushing silence from governments, institutions, and individuals, 16 months of apathy from those we held dear, I often find myself at a loss for words, and I'm in the business of words. The absurdity of unfolding events and the reactions to them have driven so many of us to the brink of delirium. Because how can something so obviously horrific not move everyone into action? We can stand here and state fact after terrifying fact, but we will not, because we have no doubt that you all already know. And the truth is clear. And more importantly, it is accessible. There is nothing complicated about genocide, or apartheid, or occupation, or ethnic cleansing, and there never, ever was. To claim otherwise is the result of a decision made to look away, to twist the truth, to suit certain narratives, to refute it not with fact, but with feeling, and to place oneself and one's privilege above everything else, above the lives and well-being of others. We live in a time when the answer to the slaughter of children is, but what about? Shoo, but what about? Anything that follows is simply unacceptable. The 3-letter conjunction itself, but, is not only acceptance, but justification of the most horrific thing we have witnessed in our lifetime. What future are we hoping for when these words casually spill out of our mouths in response to genocide? What is the point, truly, what is the point of anything good that we do if the children, our children, don't always come first? We are both Berlin-based artists, a children's book author and an illustrator. We live in a city of artists, a city that artists have flocked to for the privilege of creating honest art freely, without restrictions. And yet, here we are, in a city of politicians telling us how to art and not to art, and of artists too scared to speak the truth. Selective advocacy for life and love and justice and equality and children is simply not. Art that caters to the sensibilities of the government is simply not. This reality cannot stand. And so we fight and we resist and we persist. We owe it to ourselves and to our children. Our very existence depends on it. This collection of poems and testimonies is an oral history given by the most vulnerable people in Gaza. It's irrefutable truth distilled to its purest form. We invite you to check it out. We were supposed to have copies today, but alas, things did not go as planned, as we all know. But you can find it online very easily, amillionkites.com. Please get copies for yourselves, get copies for the people in your lives, especially those people who are sleepwalking through this, and we all know that we have those people in our lives. Sit with every child and listen to their pain and to their joy and to their pleas. Let these truth tellers move you and give you the moral courage to always do the right thing. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but there are people watching, and I hope they can benefit from this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep going. I just want to say, it's easy to despair, but please do not despair. Keep going and keep pushing and push harder. We are in this together, and together we fight, and together we resist, and Palestine will be free.
Thank you so much, you too. Now let me welcome to the stage. I'll start again with Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories. Let me say, you cited this, that former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, said that the special rapporteurs are the crown jewel of the United Nations system. You are one of the brightest, if not the brightest right now. You came into the room, I heard from the public, we're all quite down, from the things that happen, and you have the wittiness, you have the charm, you have the humor, and maybe in these times this is exactly the mixture that we need in order to get the strength to go on. Thank you very much for being here. I welcome to stage Eyal Weizman, British-Israeli architect. He's professor of spatial and visual cultures at Goldsmith University in London and founder of forensic architecture. We showed his documentary Rebel Architecture in the beginning of this afternoon. Forensic architecture is an interdisciplinary research platform that uses spatial analysis and 3D modeling in unmasking human rights violations. You are a member of the ICC Technology Advisory Board, and interestingly, something I read is that one of your latest projects, referring to something that Francesca said, is an investigation on the genocide perpetrated by Germany against the Nama and Ovaherero by Imperial Germany in what is today Namibia. Maybe you want to tell us more about this later. Later, not now. In a bit, in a bit. The man who was playing for us several times since the afternoon, Professor Michael Barenboim, violinist and music professor at the Barenboim Said Academy, son of Daniel Barenboim, the famous conductor and founder of the West Eastern Divan Orchestra. And you've been a very loud pro-Palestinian voice in these days, a soothing one. People saw you on stage at demonstrations, in social media, at the Federal Press Conference, and we are very, very grateful to have you, Michael. And Qassem Masri, you're a pediatrician. You work in an intensive care unit hospital here in Berlin. You're originally from Gaza, and you were part of an interdisciplinary medical team allowed to enter Gaza last April. You were, in fact, one of the last to enter shortly after Israel banned the entry of Palestinian medical volunteers and banning practically, as you said, like 80% of the medical aid, medical volunteers. Thank you for being with us. And Melanie Schweitzer, you are a lawyer. Until recently you worked as a civil servant at the German Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. I say until recently. You still do? Okay, but I saw on Democracy Now! Actually that you have been dismissed. I wasn't supposed to say that. Okay, you are in between situations for your engagement for Palestine, and you will speak more about that in a minute. And on podium again, Wieland Hoben from the Jewish Voice.
Just co-moderator.
And you're the co-moderator. Yes. So, my dear Francesca, are you in the mood of starting, or do you want to just have a bit of time since you said that you are already tired?
Depends. I've talked a lot, so I think it would be fair to give the floor to others.
Okay, since Eyal was keen on starting to speak, maybe.
She's very good at reading.
Okay, so just a bit on the structure. We don't have so much time. We have all of these grand personalities on stage, and we thought that it might be good to just have each of them speak for 5 to 10 minutes if he or she wants, okay? And then we open it to your questions. So, Eyal, we saw your documentary this afternoon. I'm not so sure whether many of the German public are actually familiar with the architecture of oppression in the West Bank that your documentary was featuring. We saw things like that we were explaining to the public, settlements placed on hilltops, settler-only motorways, the endless numerous checkpoints, fences, the illegal wall. You have published a report titled Humanitarian Violence in Gaza. So the movie is 10 years old. The report, with two unlikely conceptions, humanitarian violence, where you could prove via satellite images, many pictures, situated testimonies on the ground that Israel actually camouflages its genocide under the guise of actions framed within humanitarian international law. So between the movie that we saw and this report, and I would love you to amplify on both, how did this journey into forensic architecture start back then, and how did it lead you to investigate from an architectural perspective and so much more the ongoing genocide in Gaza?
Thank you. I think that any one of you that have seen the documentary have seen settler colonialism in action. Settler colonialism from the perspective of architecture, which is my kind of home discipline. Home in the sense of something you leave, not something you stay in. Settler colonialism is the transformation of the built environment with the complementary act of construction and destruction. And to refer back to the lecture that Francesca and I were supposed to give tomorrow at the Freie Universität, the conditions of life calculated to destroy, I think that this is, obviously, it refers to one of the clauses, clause 2C of the Genocide Convention, that forbid the infliction on a group of conditions of life calculated to destroy them in all or in part. But I think the calculation of life and the calculation of conditions of life is actually almost synonymous with settler colonialism. This is what settler colonialism does. It calculates conditions of life, and it affects conditions of life in two separate ways. You've seen the settlements, colonies built in that particular film in the West Bank, but we had colonies in Gaza, and we have colonies around Gaza that are actually a state project that is designed in order, so it improves conditions of life in order to move a population into an illegally settle areas that it occupies. At the same time, settler colonialism calculates to destroy the conditions of life of the colonized. The very nature of the Gaza Strip, what Gaza Strip is an engineered effort to destroy condition of life within it. And this is not began in the genocide. The Gaza Strip is synonymous with a siege, and the siege, we're talking about a 20-year-old siege? No, the siege, Gaza Strip, the very idea of the Gaza Strip is the idea of a siege over 1% of Palestine, just over 1% of Palestine, into which 200,000 refugees have been put, into an experiment that continuously degrades, calculate to destroy conditions of life there in order to displace people from there. The very idea of de-development, the stopping of water, electricity, the destruction of any condition for the development in Gaza and anywhere else in Palestine is a calculated effort to displace Palestinians. So we have the conditions of life calculated is enacted through those kind of architecture, elements of architecture of control. Settlements, walls, checkpoints, barriers, and the siege that is operating through them. In the last 20 years, the conditions of life have been calculated in Gaza to the extent that calories have been modulated. The amount of calories have been calculated that Israel was allowing to bring in was calculated according to the number of people factored by gender and age. the amount of electricity and water have been calculated to what they call the humanitarian minimum. So the set of calculation, the leverage, the system in which life is calculated was already put in place. At the same time, on the other side of the fences around Gaza, Israel calculates condition of life in order to bring population there. It was not easy for the Israeli state to actually encourage the settlers, the colonies around Gaza to move there. It needed to actually amplify conditions of life there. It needed to give subsidies. It needed to move water from the north of Palestine to the south in order for people to live there. So you have a set of leverages which are the calculation of conditions of life, synonymous with settler colonialism. And everything that we're talking about here, ethnic cleansing, genocide, apartheid, are features of a settler colonial system. When you have those system of calculation, when you have those leverages already put in place, during the genocide, they've just been turned into maximum effect, right? So we are not speaking about a system that could spring into genocide out of nothing. All those systems of calculation and all the means by which they were afflicted were already there in place. When you are, so again, when you speak about that Article 2C of the Genocide Convention that is most suitable to think about settler colonial genocide, you need to compare it to other ones. And when we were working in forensic architecture for the South Africa legal team in providing the report that was some 800-page report that was provided for the South Africa team for the legal case, we've noted very clearly the relation between the settler colonial genocide that is now unfolding in Gaza and two other ones that we were researching at the very same time. In June, I've delivered expert testimony in a genocide case in Guatemala, and we were working with Nasmé and Herrero groups on the German imperial settler colonial genocide in the area now called Namibia. In both those places, very similar, destruction of the environment, the destruction of conditions of life were the means of killing. That clause in which killing is not direct, this clause refers to destruction of any conditions that hold biological life, such as hospitals, and any conditions that maintain social, cultural life, like universities, schools, mosques, community centers. Those are effects, violence applied on the environment transmutes that violence further. And what is absolutely clear when you look at that category of genocide is that the genocide is still ongoing. Conditions of life are still imposed on Gaza in order to destroy. We think that a ceasefire, whether it holds or doesn't hold, whether it leads to a permanent ceasefire or not, is the end of the genocide. But we are seeing a continuation of the very same logic, whether it is with this deranged plan that President Trump has floated, a completely deranged idea of displacing the entire population, in which reconstruction is presented as the continuation of destruction, with the same aim. So reconstruction is now the means of displacing Palestinians and completing what the genocide has not succeeded to do, but aimed to do, is to displace Palestinians from Gaza. And because of that, I think that we must be very tuned to the idea and to look very, very critically, not only at this deranged plan of Trump, but at any attempt to present the genocide is over or the stop of the genocide, that would not restore the conditions of life of Palestinians back in Palestine. And I think that any of those would need to look very critically and very strong at any proposals for reconstruction that seem, and most of those that I'm looking at now seem to be simply continuation of the destruction that has been imposed and a completion of that logic.
No, just one element, and it's all. I mean, this is why I love speaking with Eyal about what has happened to Gaza, because we come from very different backgrounds and analytical frameworks, and still we speak and present the same reality. But there is just one element, if you allow me to take 1 minute, and it's the element of the land. Because the land, as I try to articulate in the report, Genocide as Colonial Erasure, is so significant to who the Palestinians are. And I say, looking also at other genocides, settler colonial genocides in history, to indigenous people, land is not the place where they live, is who they are. This is why we should be very careful not to underestimate the genocidal intent that continues to be carried forward through any logic, as Eyal was saying, of reconstruction, then in any case continue to eviscerate Palestinian presence from that land and sever the ties that the Palestinians have with it, physically, culturally, economically. And this is why the genocide is it has not only ended, but it continues, and it's leaking out into other parts of the occupied Palestinian territory.
But could I ask again, maybe you can give us a bit more of information on the actual report that is titled Humanitarian Violence in Gaza. Like, how did Israel do this? Frankly, when I saw it, needless to say, the first thing that comes to mind when seeing your report, your analysis from satellites, the situated testimonies, including Gaza and Abu Sita. This is something that the international community should be doing, that everyone should be doing, and you are doing this. Can you tell us more about the evidence?
I think, yes, I'll tell about the evidence, but first the principle that humanitarianism can be a double-edged sword. And if you think, again, about the genocide in Guatemala, has been articulated as a humanitarian project, as a re-education project. Think about all the synonyms of places that are genocidal spaces: reservation, protectorates, humanitarian zones, safe zones. They all seem to be things that are there to help the population, save the population. Think about the 13th of October 2023. On the same day, the president of Israel declares that there are no innocent people in Gaza. That means everybody could be killed. On the same day, the Israeli army evicts or orders the eviction of 1.1 million Palestinians north of Wadi Gaza into the south of Wadi Gaza. At the same day, they try to save, or they claim to save, and threaten to kill. Isn't there a contradiction between that? At the ICJ on the 12th of January 2024, Israel defended itself by saying, we have actually bombed Gaza with millions of A4 papers. They've bombed Gaza with millions of A4 papers. On each A4 paper, it started, for your safety, leave your home and go into that area. That has been a death march. And because along the routes, and that is humanitarian violence, those bombs with papers, with A4 papers, have been more violent, have led to more destruction or in Gaza than the bombs. I don't know more, but they were being a very important part in the destruction, in the genocide itself. Because humanitarianism, or not real humanitarianism, but humanitarian language that pretends to be humanitarian, has led to enormous amount of death, destruction in there. So this is the principle of humanitarian violence. When humanitarianism becomes a trap, you say to people, this is a safe area, this is the safe road to go there. Along that road, we have documented attacks on civilians evacuating, according to Israel's own order, into an area that had no food, no sufficient home, no sufficient services in there, in which, again, the amount of calories were calibrated. So this is humanitarian violence, when humanitarianism becomes actually a death trap. And there is no contradiction between Israel's president declaration that everybody in Gaza could be killed because there are no uninvolved, and the note on the same day that fell from the sky that said, for your safety.
Yeah, thank you, Eyal. Maybe we can bring the perspective on the ground from Qasim Masri. As I said, you went to Gaza in April 2024. You worked at the Kaman Adwan Hospital in Beit Lahia and at the European Hospital in Khan Yunis. You were speaking a lot about the casualties. We know by now the official number of casualties is 49,000 Palestinians, 160 journalists, 120 academics, more than 220 humanitarian aid workers. There is actually numbers that indicate that the actual death toll is much higher. You refer to The Lancet, one of the most prestigious medical journals, who speak about 180,000. There's other outlets that double that number. And actually, if someone listens to what you have to say from your daily life in the hospitals, the unimaginable facts that at the European hospital in Khan Yunis, there were 30,000 people at once. You were going to the operating room while people next to you in the aisles were cooking, trying to make a life under unimaginable circumstances. So please give us an account in your work in the last months, last year.
The realities in the medical field goes directly as a continuation of the genocide. We talked about the land, the settlements, and all means of the destruction. And the destruction of the medical care system was one of the main means, one of the main tactics of unfolding this genocide. From 36 acting hospitals and medical facilities in Gaza, all of them were attacked. And it is a bit bitter because on the 17th of October 23, it was a very important day. Ghassan Abu Sitta stood in a press conference between dead bodies who were killed in the Baptist hospital. About 500 people have been killed. And he said today it stopped being a war, today it started being a genocide. And not even 2 hours later, some international NGOs started spreading the Israeli propaganda that this hospital was actually attacked by the Palestinians itself, which was proven completely wrong also in an extra film of forensic architecture. In the European hospital in Khan Yunis, which was actually the biggest hospital in the south at the moment, there were around 30,000 people living with us, literally living with us since months in the floors of the hospital. And they just cut away from the floor 1 meter to the right and to the left. They had their curtains and they managed their whole life behind their curtains. And it was the most normal thing that you go from the emergency room to the operation room, passing by where people are cooking, playing with their children, washing dishes, and they didn't even notice us anymore. And in July 24, the European hospital was evacuated and all these people had to leave within one night. It was one of the most horrible days at all in Khan Yunis. And up to the north, we were the first team who managed after 8 months to enter the north of Gaza. And we went to the Kamal Adwan Hospital, which actually a very small hospital. It used to be a birth clinic and a small pediatric department. And under the direction of Hussam Abu Safiya, who is actually now 57 days after his kidnapping by the Israeli army, and 69 medical workers of the team we worked with for more than 1 week are still kidnapped, and we don't know anything about their fate. The whole hospital was set on fire, and in this 1 week, we saw so many patients who were directly targeted through attacks, but we saw much more patients. Like, I am a pediatrician, but I had to deal with so many internal medicine cases for elderly people who didn't manage to see a doctor within so much time. This leads us to another numbers, because this here is about the so-called silent or indirect genocide. We are talking here about a time of 15 months where no Palestinian patient of normal diseases, something like heart diseases, kidney diseases, blood diseases, infection diseases, ever saw a doctor in this time. And in the Guardian in September 24, there was another publication about the number, which is estimated. It's 335,000. This is 15.2% of the Gaza population. If we apply these numbers to Germany, 12.5 million people would die. So it's beyond our understanding, but it is actually, when you see that every single hospital in Gaza was attacked, like literally every single hospital, we're talking about a huge bloodshed on side of the medical workers. 1,069 doctors and nurses and medical workers were killed. So at the moment now, even if you rebuild the hospital, you wouldn't have enough doctors and specialists to help people in the ground, or to try to to overcome this vacuum of medical treatment which happened in this time. So one of the most heartbreaking moments was when you go into every single hospital, there's the yard of the hospital became always to a graveyard. It was used to bury the people because there was no capacity to keep these people in the hospital. So wherever you go, in every single hospital, you go just and you see these graveyards, which wasn't, and some hospital it wasn't even possible, like the Baptist hospital. These were the same people who have been killed on the 17th of October, and I was there in April, and they couldn't be relocated into another cemetery. And I think the tragedy of the Baptist hospital is that it was actually the litmus test for Israel. We bombed this hospital with the name Baptist and see what the world does. If there is any outrage, if there is any reaction. And unfortunately, it was like massive silence on that. Like, actually, it was blaming the victim and saying that the Palestinians are the ones who made that attack. And of course, based on this moment, all the destruction of other Palestinian hospitals had to follow. And last but not least, that was the heartbreaking situation which we saw in the Kamal Adwan hospital. And I remember writing to Hussam Abu Safiya just 2 days before, and he said, yeah, may God help us. And I was still like, I had a bit of optimism that I will go back, because since May 24, no Palestinian doctor is allowed. And the definition of Palestinian is if your grandfather, grandmother, any grandparent was born on the historical land of Palestine, it means you are excluded from entering Gaza as a medical doctor, which leads us again to a huge discussion in the humanitarian aid about the concept of neutrality, which has been like really kicked with feet in the last months. And for me, it is like, as a Palestinian, I grew up in Gaza, and so I am adapted to the oppressive methods of Israel. Like, I don't expect anything of a racist apartheid regime. But it's, for me, it gives another level of pain when you see that international organizations are adopting exactly the same racist regulations, so that the open calls for doctors said clearly Palestinian roots are excluded. We just reimagine this line with any other nationality, Germans are excluded. And even like I am a German citizen. I know I am second, third class in best case, but I am a German citizen, and still I cannot manage to go to Gaza as a medical doctor. But I am qualified enough to lead an intensive care unit here in Germany. So it's it's a huge dilemma, but also like this needs to be said that this concept of neutrality never ever applied to brown people, obviously. Like my last story, then I'm done. I applied in February 24 for a mission organized by a Berlin-based organization. And they asked me if I can go in February and not in April, and I said, okay, I'm in, I can change my work schedule. I changed my work schedule. I had 3 interviews, and in the last interview, the head of the mission, who's a former Swiss soldier, asked me, I would like to check on your neutrality. So let's say hypothetically, what happens if we get a call and you need to treat Israeli soldiers? And I was a little bit irritated. I said, are you recruiting for the Israeli army? And he said, no, of course not. I said, okay, why are you making these hypothetical questions? Why do you think it's neutral when you put Israeli soldiers accused of of war crimes in front of international courts with my patients' children, in my case as a pediatrician, on the same level, and then telling me you are the neutral one and I cannot be neutral? And I said that I am not going to Gaza to treat Israeli soldiers. And to be honest, a realistic scenario would have been that an Israeli soldier puts a gun on my head and say, treat the other Israeli soldier, and if you don't treat them, you die. That's a realistic question. And a hypothetical question about... But the thing is that I got excluded. I got excluded for my answer, and I asked him, is it neutral not giving Palestinian children the qualitative medical work they deserve and they need at the moment? But I never got an answer to that email. But it's like, and then later they complained why no Arab doctors actually apply to them. It's like 76 years of settler colonialism, and now they are managing the tragedy around our lives, and they are wondering why I say, no, I am not willing necessarily to treat Israeli soldiers who killed 60 members of my family and my best friend. So sometimes it takes, from so-called humanitarian organizations, there is a level of dehumanization that I actually didn't see in other cases. I talked too much, thank you.
Connecting to what you said, like that the death regime includes so many people that are in need of regular medical treatment, people with a heart disease, with a kidney disease, people that, you know, wouldn't have to die, but they did because, and this is the question that I would like to ask both of you actually, Eyal and Qassem, from your perspective. What about the evidence that Israel was targeting deliberately targeting medical equipment, something that you were referring to? We have numerous accounts, including Nissam Mahmoud, a British Palestinian surgeon who was speaking in front of a parliamentary committee, British parliamentary committee, speaking about these horrible quadcopter drones that were shooting on children already hurt by a bombing on the ground. And he said that this was something that he saw not as a single case, but day by day. It was a normality for him.
You want to start?
No.
So, I mean, there is, and we've heard it today, the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. But what about the role of technology for precision, for achieving exactly what you have been describing on the ground?
We went for a field visit to the Indonesian hospital in North Gaza. It's around 10 minutes away from Kamal Adwan Hospital. And it used to be the biggest hospital in North Gaza, what they call maximum treatment hospital with neurosurgery as well. And after the destruction of the Indonesian hospital, the Kamal Adwan Hospital became the one which had to step in with its very, very small pediatric intensive care unit of 6 beds, which they expanded to 10 beds. And they transferred the cesarean operation room into a functioning operation room. But they still had huge other problems with the sterilization of the instruments, which led to more infections and, of course, to death of many other patients. And we went to the Indonesian hospital, and when you go through the floors of the hospital inside the patient rooms, you still see the blood and the hair of the people on the walls. And I was wondering how that was possible, because in the time when the soldiers entered the hospital, there was no patients there anymore. But there is the pearl of the Israeli weapon industry is Legion X, is a quadcopter, a small drone with a machine gun. And it's so small that it can maneuver into the floors of hospital, and it attacked patients in their beds, and that's why we saw this blood on the walls. And this technology is, of course, not only Israeli technology. It is like Elbit Systems, the one which is behind this misery, produces in England, but also works with Germany, or like ThyssenKrupp and Mercedes. But and this leads also to the question which was raised before about the German government. And I am one of the 5 people who have legal cases against the German government to stop the weapon exports. And it is ongoing since the 15th of February last year, so it's 1 year now. And now the Ministry of Defense answered that they actually delivered the parts for the drones, but it's not for war reasons. So and we are, the thing is still ongoing, and I'm of course we will not give up on this, and still, but it's absurd. So this technology is being used and optimized to kill as much people as possible. And we will see, of course, later in the weapon exhibitions that the Israeli numbers of income and what they sell is getting high because of it was used in Gaza. We already proved that it can be used and can kill people, and yeah, it's a tale of misery.
Thank you.
I mean, as discussed, we've undertaken research mainly through medical professionals in Al-Shifa with our partners in Al-Haq, the Al-Haq Forensic Architecture Unit in the Indonesian hospital, and in Al-Ahli, the Baptist. And we're looking at, different, the kind of the weapon exports into Israel also from Germany. Dimitra Andrescu is here, who's done a big report on that at Forensis. But I start to think that all this precision rhetoric is kind of propaganda in that respect. What we're seeing, I mean, you have seen, everybody here has seen photographs of Jabalia, of Bet Lahia, of many parts of Gaza. The idea that Israel is using weapons that are able to make distinction, right? Distinction is a principle of international law. You make a distinction between civilians and combatants. We hear a lot about the computational and AI system capable of doing minute calculations of proportionality. How many civilians would be killed if we drop a half-a-ton bomb or a ton bomb at this place, at this particular time, at this particular location? All that discourse around that is a smokescreen, is sand in the eyes when you're looking at the kind of destruction that we are seeing, which is not only a destruction of building, it's a complete ungrounding, meaning conditions of life are held by the city, by architecture, by buildings, by institutions, by hospitals, by the infrastructure that sometimes, if you're lucky, goes under the surface. And all of that has been dug out completely. A bulldozer is going, stabbing its front loader half a meter into the ground and carries everything with it so that the bare soil is visible again. That bare soil is not a natural substance. Of course, soil is also conditions of life. We know that from other indigenous genocide, that soil is what colonizers are after. But that soil in Gaza has itself been poisoned by the toxins of the bombs and by, buildings are solid toxic waste. We've actually destroyed, or Israel has actually destroyed, conditions of life going forward decades into the future in one of the most agriculturally fertile part of Palestine, which is the northern Nakab and the Wadi Gaza basin. So, in a sense, this very idea of precision and the kind of the focus on precision doesn't allow us to understand the nature, the total nature of destruction that has been undertaken. So I think we need to handle that manifestation of technology kind of with, with the amount of an understanding that we are being led to think that the nature of that genocide, the nature of that war is different than what it is.
Thank you. Now, Francesca, if I remember correctly, you said we shouldn't be afraid of words, but of the deeds. Much of our battle is about words, it's about meanings, it's about prerogatives of interpretation, and it's frustrating, it's suffocating that we have such a heavy evidence of international law, of evidence that you've been recounting, and we're still fighting that kind of hazy wall of German discourse. So you've been saying about Israel that it is decontextualizing, that it is projecting, that is manipulating speech. This is something that we all know happens in Germany. It is exactly the same, decontextualizing, dehistoricizing. We see that what Israel says, Germany takes over one by one. We have what we hear in the news every day, like the talk about collateral damage, deplorable collateral damage of Palestinian lives, of the human shields. We hear that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and the absurdity that it doesn't need to take on the ICC charges because it has a functioning judicial system, so it can take over by itself. Inviting our two German panel members, maybe Michael, I start with you, connected to this battle of words that we need to deal with and we need to break somehow. You've been speaking about the genocidal language of the Israeli government. I remember you speaking about, Yoav Gallant speaking of human animals, of Netanyahu invoking Amalek, of Herzog saying that there is no such thing as civilians. So how do you deal with that haze in the German discourse? And how do you try to break it? On a conceptual level, like try to get through.
Yeah, good evening. It's a difficult question. I mean, I think for the first part of what you were saying, I mean, we had Julia from Amnesty describe very clearly the kind of causal link between the genocidal statements that we've heard from here and from her and that you've just mentioned. People with power of command. This is not just someone saying something that has no consequence. People with power of command. We see soldiers invoking these speeches in their actions. They film themselves, so we have the documents, and we see the result on the ground that has been described here now in the last 20 minutes. And this is causally linked. I think that's the point of the Amnesty report, as far as I'm concerned. And I think that making this clear in Germany is very important, because there's always this. Also came in Julia's presentation, what Olaf Scholz said in the interview about the question that was, incidentally, the question that he was asked was not, is this genocide or not, because this is not, what he was asked is, what do you consider your responsibility, legal responsibility? What is your, if the ICJ in 4 years comes to the conclusion that this was in fact genocide, aren't you guilty of being complicit? You, I mean, you know, and he said that damit befasse ich mich nicht, or whatever he said, you know, das ist absurd, all these things. So how do you break through? I actually don't know. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. Apart from with other questions, perhaps, but how do you break through? The question, I think, how do you break through to, like, not to him, but to I think the German general public? I try as much as I can. This is all in my free time, so it's not a systematic enterprise. But I try in my free time to do two things. One, to amplify Palestinian voices that are there in Gaza or in the West Bank, to amplify them as much as possible, so people see them, to avoid what the current, at some point, the current foreign minister of Great Britain, when he said there are no journalists in Gaza, say things like this. So to make clear as much as possible every day that I do these things, that this is a lie. Right, so amplifying voices that are there, that are on the ground, that have something to contribute, and at the same time taking as much this takes a lot more time even, is taking the reports that we get in German media and showing how they falsify the facts, how they treat sources that are partial as impartial. They present an IDF report as if it was a holy scripture, basically. It's not, you know, it's to this point. So I try as much as possible to show how this is done and how things are omitted, specifically actually, you know, data from the ground that is easily accessible. So that's what I try to do. As we all know, in a day like today, it's very hard also to get through, because I also try in my different groups, in my different activities, to reach out to press and to reach out to also to politicians in as much as possible, to get them to, in the case of the press, to get them to report on certain things, like the cancellation of a UN special rapporteur in 2 German universities. That's ridiculous. We all think this, and it is ridiculous. But if you read the press, the German press, the Berlin press especially, but if you read the German press, it's not presented as ridiculous. It's presented as a completely normal occurrence, like it would happen in any other country. It hasn't happened in any other country, has it? No. So it's clearly not right.
Not that it has not been attempted. I mean, this army of, I call that no, it's coming next. The minions. It's they're everywhere. They're everywhere, and so it's just that. And there have been attempts at cancelling events. Just once in Montreal, we were eventually not given a venue. We were given a bigger venue. So yeah, no, it's pretty unique.
And I think also what's maybe important is to see and to also show the mechanisms of the way this is done. Why did Hannah Kienzler, Christine Binzel, and I write a letter to Kai Wegner and Ina Chibora, specific to them? Why? Because the moment this talk tomorrow was announced, they, through the press, and also through probably phone calls, but mainly openly through the press, openly threatened, with the kind of things that, saying things like, I am sure the FU will take the right decision. Things like this. This is, this is mafia-style language. I'm sorry to say, it's not,
Sorry.
It's just, I only know this from film, And so that's why we wrote to them specifically, because this is a form of intimidation that is completely outrageous, frankly. It doesn't mean that we got an answer, obviously. But I know we rarely get an answer. We wrote to them, we wrote to the FU, we also wrote to the LMU for last week's cancelled talk. And but although we don't get an answer, it gives me some kind of pleasure knowing that it annoys them a little bit every time we write them a letter. Yeah. That's more or less.
Thank you, Michael. Speaking of intimidation and resistance, would you like to speak about what I was not allowed to say? So, our dear Melanie Schweitzer.
I would like to, first of all, say thank you, everyone, so much for being here. It means so much to all of us. I think we really craved this, and I know so many in this room, and how much it means to us now to be able to have this space and to speak. And I also want to apologize in the live stream for the about 300 people who paid for tickets and who were not able to come here now because due to intense and massive political pressure, as you know, the first venue cancelled on us this morning. Very unexpected, and we were given refugee by the Junge Welt, and I just really want to say I'm sorry for this, that you had to pay, that you were denied. As the police is saying, this is a manifestation inside, so you were denied your right to manifest because of political pressure, apparently. And yes, for the rest of all of you, thank you for being here and for being our community and our safe haven.
What is the manifestation?
Rally. Yeah, this is considered a protest by
humanitarian
police law.
It's in fact things another thing, and they get repressed.
Yes. very much so. We're being Israelized. So I just also want to say something that you said a couple of days ago, defend the defenders. You know, this is so important. And Junge Welt is one defender. And I really would urge you all to make a subscription, to get an abo there. It's only a few euros, even if you don't have time to read. You know, this is one of the really few newspapers in Germany who's still doing their job, who are still reporting on things, who are still critical. When I studied political science and law, political science mainly, I learned that the media is supposed to be the fourth pillar of control in a democratic state. And I don't know what you think, but I don't feel that. I don't see that. The media is really not doing the job that I was hoping they would do, that I'm so craving for them to do, to criticize what is going on here, to shed, like, put a light on this repression, on this pressure that is put on us here, and on the people of Palestine, really. I mean, this is insane what is going on. It's simply insane. I keep saying I feel like I'm losing pieces of my soul, you know, for months. And while I was listening you know, with your talks, for each segment that we had, I have images coming into my mind, you know, that burned inside my soul, really. When Leila was reading the poems, I was thinking about the children holding a press conference in Palestine, you know, begging for their lives. And I'm sure you all saw that. And then when you were speaking about the humanitarian violence, I was thinking about the flower massacre. And then when you were speaking about the hospital, I was thinking about the babies that decomposed to death. They were left to die in the hospitals. And this list is endless. Or when you were talking about the weapons, I was thinking about how this one journalist, I think he was asking you, or saying that, but if Israel signs a paper that it doesn't commit genocide or something like that, you know. He was German. Yeah, of course, he was German. Needless to say. And when Michael was talking about the language also, I'm thinking about Volker Beck. I think we all know him, the chair of the German-Israeli society, who is permanently shaming and doxing people, and who was just a few weeks ago, when babies were freezing to death in Gaza, he was putting a picture of the temperature in Gaza and saying, but it's not so cold, it's not possible, this is Hollywood, they were not dying, like, freezing to death. Like, the level of inhumanity that we have reached here in this country is, to me, it's appalling, it's abhorrent. I'm mortified and horrified by everything that I've seen, and yes, so to come back, maybe just a little bit. I mean, I really enjoyed and would love to talk more about Palestine, about Gaza and West Bank. What is going on in the West Bank now? It's the biggest expulsion of people since 1967. You know, you have to imagine that this is happening and no one cares. There's nothing really in our media. We are not discussing that. Where is the media? Why are they not doing their job? You know, I keep asking myself this. And then I see the police standing there, you know. They were swearing an oath, just like me, to this constitution. And how is it that you can deny the facts so much? You know, we keep talking about this. This is... So I studied law, and I am, you know, I kind of, as we lawyers, I think, Francesca, you can feel that we start to identify with the subject, or anyone, you know, with your profession, you internalize it. So I internalized our German constitution. I'm so proud of it. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful law. It's a beautiful constitution. And this is I feel compelled, you know, and especially with my German history, to speak up when in the face of oppression, you know, when things go so wrong, we must speak up, and silence is complicity, and I think every one of us needs to do that, and I really don't get it, you know, how this feels like a never-ending Black Mirror episode, you know, horror after horror after horror. And just to connect the dots, as you were saying, I think also one time, is that this is a collective genocide. It is collective. It is not just Israel doing this. It is Israel doing it with the help of the USA, or mainly orchestrated by them, and Germany. Germany is the second largest weapon deliverer to Israel and has been for months. And second largest means 45% of the weapons that are used there. And this is just, it's huge. It's completely enrageous. And why are people not enraged? You know, I mean, of course, we all keep ourselves asking these questions, but I think we have to, for sure, keep doing this, because as we were seeing today, the mere fact of speaking the truth now has become an act of resistance. Speaking about facts in Germany, as much as the mere existence of the Palestinians is also an act of resistance. And as we have learned recently, it's apparently also anti-Semitic. And this is something we have to stand firmly against. And yeah, so for me, as a lawyer, as a trained lawyer or a judge, there's really no option then to speak out, and you know, I cannot control the consequence, and it's not even speaking out, it's the normal thing. This is international law. Our constitution is, international law is enshrined into our constitution. This is what the international institutions have found so far, so it is a no-brainer, basically. And there's no courage that you need in order to stay, you know, within the lines of this. The courage should be needed for the other ones to spread lies and propaganda, and not for us. And so, yeah, it's, you know, whatever comes after that, I cannot control it. But I know for myself that I need to be true to my profession, to my legal basis, and to the international law that I do really very much appreciate, and stay put.
Yes, of course.
Just quickly, just want to add something. I think we've talked about. I mean, now it's wow, it's 10:20. We started at 3, and we've talked about a lot of things. I think what we I'm trying to think what we haven't covered, and what we haven't talked about is perhaps, so we have talked about the fact that Germany is complicit in genocide. We have talked about the fact that Germany continues to do so with great fervor and energy. What we haven't talked about is the why. I think which is an interesting question to ask oneself, because you have almost the totality of parliament thinking this way. You have almost the totality of what is in German is dubbed die vierte Gewalt, the fourth estate, the press that thinks this way. So why is this? What happened? What makes this? And I think that I think for this we have to go and look at what is really a founding myth of the German Federal Republic post-war, which is to do with the fact that a founding myth. Every nation state has founding myths, and most of them are nonsense. They don't. It's not real. But you know, they serve to give the state a certain image of itself. And in the case of Germany, we have committed the most horrific crimes. We have killed 6 million Jews, and to atone for this, we will support the unter Anführungsstriche, entre guillemets, collective Jew, which is Israel. This is the process. And this is the so to say, the founding myth. So every red line that Israel would cross, where one would think, oh, this is where even for us Germans this goes too far. There is no red line. There is no end, because denying this would change Germany completely. It would not be this Germany that we live in. And I actually prepared a quote because Sami Khatib is here. He wrote an article, which is a very important article, called Against Singularity, which treats this very topic. And if I'm sorry, if I may, he's a brilliant philosopher, a founding member of the Beirut Institute for Critical Analysis and Research. In this article, he writes, quote, The credo of the anti-Palestinian sentiment in Germany is thus simple. The state that claims to speak in the name of those murdered in Germany's name cannot itself be a state of injustice. For if it were so, the calculation of moral reparation by the descendants of Germans from 1933 to 1945 would not add up. From the perspective of German Staatsräson, reason of state, the unconditional support of the State of Israel, regardless of the mode of its existence, proves Germany's success in moral redemption and material reparation for the Holocaust. I think that's... read the article. You want to have it?
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Like, to these questions, there is why they support Israel, but the other side is why do they hate Palestinians? And that's an important thing, because Palestinians, like, they have tried to be uprooted for the last 76 years, and damn it, they cannot be killed. And Palestinians are always the reminder for Germany that there is another side of the story, and that the Palestinians are the secondary victims of the Holocaust, and they actually never gave redemption to that.
Thank you so much for bringing this up, because this is the German peculiarity. This is the founding myth. Your dear colleague, Iris Heffetz, she was standing with a poster at a famous square here in Berlin, Hermannplatz. She was writing, as a Jew and as an Israeli, this genocide is not happening in my name. Is she here, actually? Because she was, okay, she couldn't make it. She's a psychoanalyst, and she wrote this brilliant piece when the Jewish voice for just peace in the Middle East was still everybody's darling in 2018. Or, I'm sorry, maybe this is the wrong word, but you were beloved. You received the Göttinger Friedenspreis, right?
Against a lot of people's wishes.
Against a lot of people's wishes, but still, you received it. So...
Actually, that same year was our first bank account freeze. So...
And the dog with a cafe, yeah?
Anxiously attached, I think.
Speaking about her article, she's writing exactly what you were saying, Michael. This idealized self-image of the Germans that have made their homework so well that they are. I was growing up. I'm half German, half Greek. Seeing particularly the German left as people with, of course, no flags, that despise nationalism, that think that they're so far away from the chauvinism, the degradation, the racism that comes with nationalism. And this is particularly the German left that comes with that self-righteousness, people that think that they are, have a post-colonial attitude, that make feminist foreign policy. It is exactly these people that have not only turned into warmongers, but is these self-righteous people that come to you, if you are a pro-Palestinian activist, and tell you, no, that cannot, it's like a cognitive dissonance. It doesn't work. Because, and this is what Iris brilliantly writes, summarizes in her article, is that the idealized self-image of Israel is the other side of a coin. Two sides. The other side is the idealized German self-image. So if Israel, in this idealized notion, has a crack, so has the German Erinnerungskultur, so has the German post-war identity. And this is why we see, including Scholz, Alexander Dobrin, we have so many conservative politicians that have actually they enter a battle, and who will defend Israel in the wake of the most horrific evidence. Whatever you tell them, they will make it as a game. Who is stronger? Who will defend Israel? Who will say no? If Netanyahu comes here, of course we will embrace him. And this is also the echo that you see in the broader media. That people have this self-righteousness. They obviously believe that if they do this, they're on the right side of history. They couldn't be more wrong, And Germany, as one of the many social media posts goes, is somehow managing to be always on the wrong side of history, but with a risen forefinger. And this is something that I think frustrates us all.
But there are two levels which are mingled here, namely the material interests of a state, which of course the political establishment of that state seeks to enforce and defend, and which are expressed in the production and selling of arms. It's an industry, it's something that different countries try to justify in different ways. And yeah, we heard about founding myths, and we should never forget that while in society, among individuals and groups, there are people who believe in this myth, there are also simply the ruling classes who use this myth as a tool to enforce their imperialist policy. The same way that I don't know if you remember about 20 or so years ago when the USA invaded Iraq and spoke about democratizing the Middle East. And of course, you know, the leader of the free world and all this sort of thing, you know. So one has to, I think, in order to fight things better, also kind of untangle things slightly. And to make it clear also who is using these things and who benefits from these things. So, okay, we have the individuals in civil society who draw a kind of personal moral benefit from saying, you know, we've learned so much from our genocidal past that we are now good people by defending Israel. But then there are those who simply are very cynical about it, and we should never forget that, you know, back in the early 1950s, Konrad Adenauer understood that rehabilitating Germany as a credible actor on the world stage and not a pariah state would in some way require establishing relations with Israel. And later on in an interview in 1965, he famously said that when he decided to make the reparations agreement with Israel in 1952, that he understood that even today, even after the war, one should not underestimate the influence of the Jews. And so, of course, he had to get on the right side of the Jews or the so-called Jewish state. And so that was always something that was used very cynically. And actually, when German politicians, for example, are constantly hammering out this mantra about Israel's right to exist, and actually even expecting immigrants who want to gain citizenship to, you know, acknowledge this right, it's actually almost as if, no, it is actually they're begging for Germany's right to exist to be acknowledged, because if you base the legitimacy of your own state on its support for another, then, you know, they stand or fall together.
Thank you. Dear Francesca, would you like to have the last word? You have said so much, you've said it all in your keynote.
Yeah.
So
would you like me to? I mean, I'm happy to answer a question. It's 10:35. Okay. So bear with me.
I think then we'll open it up, please, for your questions to everyone here.
Maybe while the mic reaches.
Thank you. Sorry, I actually had a question for your neighbor, Michael Barenboim, if you excuse me. I'm sure there will be questions for you afterwards. Yeah. No, it's about a topic that we haven't really addressed tonight. It's about your field. I want to thank you for the beautiful music you've played.
Thanks.
I remember the beginning of the Ukraine war, where many cultural institutions in Germany were very quick to speak up. Suddenly, Russian sopranos were not anymore welcome to perform at the opera. So I thought classical music can be political. If we, of course, it is easy. It's not very courageous because it was fully in line with government policy. But there was an element of politics in it. If we fast forward to Gaza, the silence is deafening. And of course that applies to many art sectors, but I am particularly struck by the behavior of classical music. Classical music or classical musicians invest their whole life, from childhood, early childhood, into their instruments. Their whole souls are invested in this. How can it be explained that such people can play such beautiful music and be completely insensitive to what's going on there? You are, in my eyes, the exception. I want to thank you for this.
Thank you.
Not the only exception. There are others, but it must be very strange to act in this field, to deal with colleagues. How do you deal with this?
Wow. Okay. So let's start with my industry, my classical music industry. So of course you are totally right. When the Ukraine war broke out, there were many charity concerts. Artists were speaking out very openly, very publicly from the classical music field. And in the case of the genocide in Gaza, they are not, absolutely not. There's almost nobody that has dared to even utter a single word of anything in the last 16 months. And now that the genocide seems to have proliferated or metastasized to the West Bank, even less so. Why is this? Of course, you alluded, the answer was in your question, you alluded to it. It was very easy to support Ukrainians because it was government policy. And so when the government policy and kind of the art institutions have the same aim, of course, it amplifies itself very, very easily. In this particular case, and we've spent really almost the whole day talking about this, there are many reasons why this is not the case. So an artist who does not only speaks out, but also wants to do something about this. So for example, I'm part of an artist collective that organizes charity concerts for Gaza with different partners. We had Medico, for example, who are very active, but we had also other charities. I do this, right? But it's very lonely. It is actually very lonely, and there are very few of my colleagues who, even consider, doing something about basically using their privilege in the language that Francesca used at the end of her keynote, using their privilege as something that gives you also responsibility, because that's what this is about. Privilege means you have a responsibility and you have a duty, but my colleagues, most of them don't see it this way. So how do I deal with it? I don't know how. I mean, what can I do? I go, I play. There's not. It makes me very sad, of course. The last part of your question, how can it be that people spend all their life, learning their instruments that then they are completely incapable? Well, I mean, that also the answer is in the question. They've spent all their lives practicing their instruments. They've spent classic. You have to understand, a violinist like me, for the most part, has spent hours per day in a practice room, mostly without windows, scratching on this instrument, trying to play a scale in tune. It's really difficult to play the violin, right? And therefore, most classical musicians I know have absolutely no idea of a world outside of their craft. And I mean, and I'm not even talking outside of classical music. I'm talking outside of violin music, right? So and it's very rare to actually find people that will engage with topics as serious as genocide. You know, I mean, this is you know, if that's not serious, I don't know what is, and therefore, you know, expecting my colleagues to, you know, have read even just the executive summary of the Amnesty report would be a lot to expect. So I you know, that explains why there's no immediate urge. And the rest explains why they feel, you know, the it's complicated thing. They don't want to, like, they don't want to engage beyond that. Yeah.
Sorry to maybe add something to that. I'm not a musician, obviously, but I just wanted to say, and I don't know, I didn't hear all of your keynote before, but what we have so far that I have listened, also not mentioned, is racism, I think, or maybe not to the necessary extent, racism in Germany. And because I wanted to mention this here now is because, of course, this is not limited to musicians, right? This is limited to all institutions in Germany. I think we all know how it went down when the Russian invasion in Ukraine started, that every single institution that we had in Germany, governmental and non-governmental, was issuing statements and things, and they were disinvited from the Olympic Games and so on and so forth. But this time, you know, the people have fought so hard to get Israel out of the Olympic Games, the Eurovision Song Contest, and yet they were there, you know, every single time during the whole genocide. And I know from also other colleagues that in the ministries there was huge wave of solidarity during this time in Ukraine, Russia, you know, but during the Palestine genocide there was no mention of it, nowhere, not in the halls, not anywhere. And I think we have to pin it down what this really is. This is racism. Really, it comes down for me to racism, because it wouldn't be possible. Because I think racism is the only thing that allows us to have selective empathy. If you, as you were saying, Hassan, and you were actually mentioning it a bit, if you divide people into classes and into more human and less human, and I mean, they were openly saying that they are human animals, how much more visible do you need it? And people here were repeating it over and over again, and we cannot just, you know, block out the anti-Muslim, anti-Arab racism and yeah, just climate that we are seeing here for decades now. This is also not new, so it's going hand in hand with the overall development. That the fact is, this is a world that is getting more and more racist against Muslim and Arab people, and so it's so easy to not see them as equal as to the civilized Western world, you know. Because of that, 7th of October is always a barbaric massacre of the worst kind, and everything that happened after by Israel is self-defense. I mean, literally everything. And this is something that we need to talk about in this country. Why is it that on these you know, I'm looking into your direction, genocide demonstrations, week after week after week, protesters are getting beaten up for offenses of freedom of speech? This is not normal. It's not normal to crash a protest and go in and beat people up. The normal thing is that you go there and speak, because it's a human being on your head high, and this is not happening there on a big scale. What I have seen when on other demonstrations, it's a completely different picture. How is this possible? This is only possible through racism. And because I heard you last time also talking about this, I don't know, because maybe you can also elaborate a little bit about this in relationship to the ongoing genocide.
Yes, and I would also like to share some personal consideration, because again, I am somewhat your cousin from the southern border. although where I come from in Italy makes me sort of culturally more attuned to the Mediterranean than to here, seriously. Because again, in my country, to an extent, I can register the same level of indifference and ignorance in certain part of the population. A similar level of indifference and apathy among the political elite, which I also explain, as you do, Melanie, as racial bias. We don't see the Palestinians as we see the Israelis. Because the fact, and for me this is extremely problematic, because of course, I feel very touched. I felt very touched to see what was happening on October 7. Like any other human being, we were all shocked. And how it's possible that the killing of 17,000 children, 17,000 children, doesn't register with us. We don't even imagine them, let alone the teachers, the musicians, the university deans, the bakers, the painters, the doctors, the nurses. And it's not even just that, because also we don't need to empathize, we don't want to empathize, we assume that they are this sort of shapeless mass of humans, like they who have brought havoc upon themselves. The arrogance that I see in this part of the world is breathtaking, because we assume. And even, again, look, I've been questioning my own country. I remember it was quite early, and I was called to speak about Gaza, and all of a sudden, I'm never, although I don't like engaging with the media in my country, because it's less than here, but it's still very bad. So I'm called by I'm told by everyone, don't go into the Italian TV, because it's just like, they call it, it's like a souk, which is a very negative comment. Again, this is the racism, because there is nothing bad about a souk. It's very bad though. And people shout at each other, there is really no elegance, no grace, let alone a minimum understanding of facts, let alone international law. So in any case, I go invited to speak about the humanitarian impact in Gaza, and all of a sudden I see on the screen that it's a program about anti-Semitism, the spreading of anti-Semitism in Europe. And for 10 minutes there is these facts that come from France, not even in Italy, from France, because in Italy we have not had really anti-Semitic attacks, like anti-Semitic attacks against, but there might have been, but they are isolated incidents, and they should be treated as such, very seriously, because they have the same matrix. Attacking Jewish people because of their Jewishness has the same matrix, racism, that attacking Muslim people because they are Muslim, or others. And it's this thing. So it was not even about that. It was something concerning France. And I was saying, I didn't engage. I said, can we move on and talk about Gaza? And all of a sudden, I was interrupted with this brutal question. Yeah, but what do you think of the slogan, from the river to the sea? And I didn't know what to say. I said, what it is? Where does it come from? Where does it come from? What do you think about that? It's a fact. I mean, there is the Holy Land is in between the river and the sea. And what do you want me understand what I... Depend whom you ask. Because if you ask Netanyahu, who 2 months ago went to the General Assembly with a map showing the land between the river and the sea, calling it Israel without the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem, this is a way. No, but I'm talking of the Palestinians and the pro-Palestinian movement calling for the cancellation of... They said, no, I said, I don't understand this is the case, because, for example, me and other special rapporteurs of the United Nations, independent experts, when we use this, and it has been also said in court, in one European court, that it's not a crime to say from the river to the sea, because it means, like my late dear friend, Israeli professor, history professor, genocide scholar, Alon Confino said, it's a fact that between the river and the sea, it's the Palestinians who do not have rights. It's the Palestinians who are subjected to apartheid in different forms and different ways. And it asking for application of international law equally for the freedom and the rights of all, Muslim, Christian, Jews, Palestinians, Israelis. It's not about asking for the end of Jewishness in that land. It's to ask for rights instead of privileges, and for rights instead of oppression. What's that wrong about that? Isn't it about inclusiveness? Isn't it about, this is the beauty of justice, that it's something that can benefit everyone. But this is the problem, that if in this country, or in my country, we can't even talk about that. I'm telling you, the seeds for something that stinks have already been planted. And now you have to deal with it. And we have not even seen the worst of it. Both you and your Italian cousins, I'm afraid.
Like the only and the most important function of racism is distraction. And we are talking about the interpretation from the river to the sea. But actually, historically, it was invented to stop talking about the right of self-determination of Palestinian people. And now we are suddenly that a thought is more important than self-determination right of the Palestinians. So the importance of a thought or an idea, and on the other side, we put the Palestinian people. And this is exactly what is the aim of all of this discussion, because we talked, of course, about the right of self-determination, but we talk so much about the whole ideas they push onto us, and we try always to justify what we are not, and we forget what we are. So this is the first point. The second point, like we make so many hypothetical hypotheses around what Germany is doing, what their motivations, and when I hear like some FDP politicians asking for making Gaza to a park slot, or just destroy everything, or a German journalist calling Palestinians even less than animals, one of Bundesverdienstkreuz. And I think sometimes it could be also that easy that these people actually have no values and they are simply assholes. So that's a possibility I just wanted to put into the space.
Yeah, but I think we shall not forget, again, there should be no tolerance for racism, because I don't mind that there are those characters you just described in the society, but when they hold positions of power, they need to refrain from, transplanting their personal opinion and racism into the public sphere that they occupy. And there shouldn't be a normalization of this, because again, no judgment on the Germans, okay? Don't feel sensitive. There is a lot of fragile ego in this part of the world. I'm talking of us Italians. We have been as bad. Proportionally bad. For me, that's enough, okay? We have killed between 50,000, we have sent to die between 15,000 and 60,000 Jewish people, fellow citizens of my ancestors have been sent to die because they were Jewish. But again, I insist, this would have not been possible without the discrimination that had been planted and had been cultivated over decades. So they were the stinky ones, they were the weird ones, they were the one with a big nose, and it was totally tolerated. There is scholarship about that. There is writing about that. We should be, I'm telling my fellow Italians, we should be able to understand that this is the seed for what I was telling you, that stinks, and when it spreads so fast, then when it's there, you cannot uproot it anymore that easily. Because meanwhile, it has already brought to the uprooting of fundamental rights and mechanisms to protect ourselves. But racism is ugly, and discrimination is ugly against anyone. And we should recognize it today, because in my own country, okay, the Jews were genocided because they represented the other in Europe. They were the other, non-Christian. This is the same reason why other groups, other indigenous people, like the Sami in Scandinavia, have always been discriminated against. And they were non-white, and they're very white. So what is non-white about that? The lack of purity according to Christianity. It comes from that. So this is our tradition. This is our history. This is why I say there is part of the trauma that also operates like a way as a form of severance between us and our past. So not comparing is a way not to analyze, not to empathize, not to create empathy between the past and the present. So I don't know, I think that we should be able to recognize that germ of as Italians, of course, what germ of racism that still travels across the DNA of our societies, and deal with it instead of repressing. And what is very, very awful of these past 15 months, because again, the dehumanization of the Palestinians has been ongoing for a while, but over the past 15 months, Palestinians have been slaughtered, killed, blamed, and smeared. And the smear has traveled across borders, including here. I mean, and eventually, I don't even blame, I do blame, excuse me, anyone. I mean, I don't mean to be mean, but I also come from part of my family, which is not particularly wealthy, has been in the law enforcement, let's say the law enforcement, carabinieri. Part of my family has gone there. So it's, again, I do understand that there is this sense of executing orders, but there are limits. And we are not like mechanics. We are not machines. Where is our brain? Do we read newspapers? Do we understand what's happening inside in the rest of the world? We are human beings, and we should connect brain and heart, including in the work we do.
I don't know. I mean, I just want to make a small comment, because Francesca brought faith into it. And I think it's really important to look at it, because some of the function, some of the logic of the argument is to do with faith. And faith, the biggest test of faith is against evidence. To act, to believe against evidence. And in fact, the more evidence piles up, the more you can manifest your faith as negating that evidence, right? And to a certain extent, those people that bring the evidence are becoming heretics and need to be excluded and excommunicated. And I think something of that logic is here at play, in which the Jewish question is still seen here as a kind of morality play. Rather than seeing people for their, on all the diversities of opinion, a kind of theologizing of that issue, by which, for the protection of a kind of abstract theological construct of what a Jewish is, imposed on us. Real politics on the ground is undertaken in Germany, in which, again, racial laws are being debated, discussed, now for the protection of the Jew. And this is a paradox that, in fact, makes Jewish life here more precarious, not safer. And same goes for the river and the sea, because we can speak about geography between the river and the sea, and that is Palestine, but it's also the Holy Land. And when you are affecting, when you're discussing the Holy Land in a way that is taking away from its faith of what it should be, you are creating a slogan that is acting as a kind of a strange magic power it has here. So you cannot say here, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It has a magical power. It will get you arrested to do that. Simply talking about freedom for all Palestinians in Palestine and in the diaspora that will return, the Jewish people that are there, calling for justice within that has that power that cannot be explained without resorting to faith in understanding that kind of theological geography. And I think that issue needs to kind of come into the discussion because at the end of the day, German policy is making Jewish life in Germany impossible.
Just one small addition. It's not just that it makes Jewish life impossible. It's the target. I think this you said earlier very clearly. The target here is Palestinians and their supporters, and that has to again I think to do with this. If Israel as this not really existing place, but the kind of fantasy that we are to support whatever happens. It's not. Most of them don't know have never been there or never seen pictures. They're just the idea of Israel. It means that the presence of Palestinians, even their existence, is threatening, and that's why it's not, what's dangerous about the slogan is. What's dangerous about the slogan "From the river to the sea" is actually not the river and it's not the sea. It's Palestine. That's what's so threatening. It's not that it's from the Spree to the Baltic Sea. There will be no. It's not the location. It's Palestine and Palestinians. That is what's threatening. I think that's what needs to always be present in people's minds.
And in fact, it's okay. It's not the first reality. I mean, it's like saying, for example, the Métis, the Inuit, and the First Nation call their the original homeland that is clearly being colonized, and it's okay. I mean, it's okay. It's not okay, but they live together now. It's not okay, but they live together now, and they call it Turtle Island. Is it calling Turtle Island something as incitement to violence? Of course not. This is why I'm saying, can we go back to use our intelligence that has been cultivated? And again, I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm not trying to elicit a laughter. I'm really serious. Because if we continue to perform this form of self-indulgent stupidity, we will all pay the consequences of it. And again, I don't want to sound dramatic or pessimistic, but we have been there before. And we are fully equipped to protect ourselves. We have rights now that we didn't have 8 years ago. How come these rights are not protecting us? Because today, I don't call Palestinian supporters, because it's not about supporters. This is not a football match. Sorry, Michael. I think it's really about defenders. Here, whomever stands in solidarity with the Palestinians doesn't stand against the Israelis. There are not many, but there are Israelis who are standing against the genocide, against the occupation, against the apartheid. It's not the only one. And there are others who are fighting down there, and they are taking great risk. So, and these Israelis should not be invisibilized, which is happening here. And again, I think that it's very important to. It's been very liberating for many of you. I'm very good at reading the body language. It has been very liberating for many of you. Myself, okay, I felt part of the process tonight, but I do hope that there will be no retaliation. Because this space, and again, I will always be with you as the crown jewels, as Kofi Annan, Secretary General Kofi Annan used to say, the crown jewels. He didn't only say crown jewels. He said the eyes and ears of the international community when human rights are violated. So I will never be too far away, one text away, one email away. So let me know if there is any reprisals after tonight.
I know it's late. I just also wanted to add onto all of that has been said before, because I think, so for me, you know, growing up in Germany and having this, being German at the moment, I would just say it feels very strange, you know. And I think a lot of this has to do, you know, this distorted reality, this gaslighting. It almost feels like we are traumatized by our own trauma that we inflicted onto other people, and it feels a little bit onto perpetrator trauma, I hear. And this is also a little bit on a global scale, because it's not just us Germans who behave like that. Other countries also ban the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, you know. On the first time when I heard this, on the demonstration, I went to the police officer, because I accompanied many demonstrations, and I was saying, like, are you serious? This can't be serious, because these people are occupied. They are occupied under international law. It's illegal, and you want to ban us from calling for their freedom? It seemed so surreal to me, you know. And then so many more surreal things happened, that our chancellor was saying, Israel is a democracy. It cannot commit genocide. And I'm thinking, why did I study law? That's so strange. Like, what? Like, if you are a judge, you cannot commit a crime. If you are a persecutor, yes, I get the gist. So.
No. I was just informed that the police was annoyed by these citations. They said it has come to possibly a point of no return, so we will.
Okay. We are almost done anyways, thank you. I just want to say one thing that adds up to the seeds you were saying and to the faith thing. You know, we are post-factum. This has nothing to do with facts anymore. And to me, it always reminds me to a violent relationship. You don't get hit into the face on the first day, you know. It starts with little things. It starts with disrespecting. And this is the same what we're seeing now in Germany. We have to fight for our rights now, because they are being taken away with this anti-Semitism resolution, which many call a shadow constitution, where hundreds and thousands of people were trying to prevent this from happening, because it actually really is dangerous for our democracy. So we have to really, really resist this, because sooner or later we will get hit into the face, and then it's too late for us to defend ourselves.
Thank you very much. So we have another 5 minutes. How do we round up such a...
We can talk. Annoying is the brutalization of Palestinians in the streets of Berlin.
We still have 5 minutes left, so let's just... wrap it up, round it up. How do we round up such a magnificent round? Let me just start with resuming how this day started. Sorry for saying it again, but on the wall of Kühlhaus now it says, or hopefully it doesn't say it anymore, that Francesca Albanese. Okay, I will not say it, but it is. It also says UNRWA supports terror. Yeah, this also it says. But isn't it the most tragic travesty or irony of history that someone here that sits amongst us and deconstructs the pattern of any kind of racism, including anti-Semitism, which is hating Jews just because they are Jews, right? And all of you have contributed to this. What we learned is that a genocide doesn't happen overnight. It needs structures of oppression, on the one hand, on the ground. It needs dehumanizing, discriminating language. We feel we're subhuman. And this is something maybe we can take out of this. It doesn't always end in genocide. What happens in Gaza is horrific, tragic, but it is a human mechanism. It's group psychology. And you were referring to Rwanda, saying that the Hutus were called cockroaches, right? I remember from my research in Cyprus a sentence, the minority was called dirty and then dirt. Small grammatical difference with genocidal implications. We have seen this, we see this. It's a mechanism, it's universal, it's part of the human society, but we can break it because there is no singular enemy image. The people out there that we like to dehumanize and other. This is a mechanism. Let's break
I'm
through.
still more bothered by the fact, let alone what it's written, because seriously, it's not the point. I'm still bothered that a university called Frei cancelled our event. However, if I can close with a very positive note, you underestimate me. No, I was really hoping, I was really holding on because again, at a certain point I was told even this has been cancelled. Everyone has put pressure. I'm not going to list anyone so as not to trigger more sensitivities. But however, I was telling people in my circle, I was saying, if we get there, we will demonstrate there is still oxygen. And the candle to burn, this light to burn, needs oxygen. So let's take this as an inspiration to move forward and bring the light on.
I just want to... Can you... okay, this is on. I just wanted to... one last thing that we have for Francesca here, because from the ministry, I'm used to, that when state officials or UN representatives come to a country, you... Sorry. Francesca. Sorry, you have to wait 1 second. So I was just saying that from... I know you have so many gifts. I was really trying to make it small, and I think a little bit metaphoric of Berlin at the moment. I'm scared. So this is like one of the most well-known familiar symbol in Berlin. It's the Ampelman, and it's in a cloud to see that we. So, And as I was saying, usually states do that, you know, so we are the civil society representing, I mean, if I may say so, what we think what states should do at the moment, defend international law and defend the Constitution. So, yes. No!
A little practical note, if you could all just listen for a minute. There is still a very substantial police presence around this entire building, and just try to avoid any kinds of provocation when you go outside. Try not to, I know this sounds ridiculous, leave in a disorderly fashion or something. You know the kind of thing I'm talking about. Try to avoid giving people an excuse to arrest you. Just, I don't know, go in groups, whatever. Look, I'm just saying, just, you know, just pay attention to the servants of the Constitution, that they don't cause any trouble for you. Thank you.